In any case, those who say that we should follow the American example, those who say that we should follow the German example and so on, I like to ask just one question. Yes, we are ready to follow the example, but first, they must tell us which people we can also go and capture as slaves to work for us for 100 years without pay.
Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. is a Ghanaian journalist and managing editor of Insight newspaper. He's also a great Pan-Africanist who has been trumpeting Pan-Africanism ideologies for years. There is a video of him revealing some secrets about Western countries and their intentions towards Africa. I want us to watch this video. I'll be back.
Today we are talking about reclaiming our sovereignty. And the first question I'd like to pose is, what sovereignty? Which sovereignty? Is it that sovereignty which is defined in terms of our so-called national identity? Is it that sovereignty which is defined within the realm of the many countries that have sprung up on the African continent? Or is it a different kind of sovereignty which enables us as Africans to act together, to fight together, to struggle together, to eliminate poverty, and to move forward on the path of achieving social justice and deeper democracy? Today, there are so many of us when we talk about sovereignty, and we are talking about Nigeria, we are talking about Ghana, we are talking about Togo, we are talking about South Africa, and so on. I think the time has come to rethink the concept of sovereignty. I've traveled across many borders in Africa, and what I see sometimes is absolutely shocking. Only recently, I traveled on the border between Ghana and Togo, and I discovered that on those borders, you find houses. In some of the houses, the bathroom is in Togo and the sitting room is in Ghana. So people who live in these houses, are they Togolese or they are Ghanaians? The facts of our history is that these countries were not created, these borders were not created by us. These borders do not define us. These are borders which were created in 1884, thereabout, when the imperialist countries sat around the table, put the map of Africa on the table, and drew lines across Africa to define their spheres of interest. It had nothing to do with the aspirations of our people. And that is why today, on all of our borders, there is total confusion. You go to the border between La Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, and you find the Nzema people. The majority of them actually live in La Côte d'Ivoire. Their paramount chief lives in La Côte d'Ivoire, and they are divided by a line which was drawn by the colonialists. The time has come for all of us to work relentlessly to pull down these boundaries, because these boundaries define our colonial status. These boundaries are partly responsible for our poverty and underdevelopment, and we need to pull them down now. We need to pull them down now to build that new Africa whose people are united in their common struggle for justice, in their common struggle for emancipation, in their common struggle to control their own resources and to exploit these resources for the benefit of their people. Today, all over Africa, our people are poor, our people's access to education and other social services are limited. We need to ask the simple question: what is responsible for underdevelopment in Africa? What is responsible for the poverty that we see on the streets of Johannesburg? What is responsible for the fact that many of our people have no access to electricity? Here in Joburg, I've been here just 2 days. Is there a good reason why the lights go off frequently. Is there a good reason why Johannesburg is what it is today? The first day of my arrival, I was driving through the streets of Johannesburg, and what I saw is a huge statement about the fact that the struggle against apartheid is not over yet. You drive on the streets of Johannesburg, and what do you see? The street names, German, English. You hardly find a street name which is African. And yet, we wallow in the assumption that we have liberated ourselves from apartheid. Today, you go to Soweto, you go to the shanty towns and so on. Who lives in those shacks? Who are the people who suffer mass employment in this country? The struggle against apartheid is not over. And the earlier we realized that and came together and continued that struggle for total liberation, the better it will be for all of Africa. One of the problems we face is that we allow them to talk down to us, to tell us what to do. We are told not to follow the Chinese example. We are told not to follow the example of Cuba. We are told not to follow the example of Venezuela and so on. And we are told to follow the example of the United States of America. We are told to follow the example of Germany. We are told to follow the example of France. What is that example? Clearly, the prosperity that the ruling classes in these countries enjoy is not the result of their hard work or the correctness of the ideological and political path. The prosperity they enjoy comes out of the fact that for years, for hundreds of years, our forebears were captured as beasts of burden to work their plantations. They captured the best in Africa. They captured the best architects, the doctors, and so on, and made them work for free in conditions of slavery. Today, they live in relative prosperity because of the colonial adventure, because they controlled our resources and they exploited our resources for their own benefit. I look at the railway lines in Ghana, and I'm not surprised at our poverty. If you look at the railway lines in Ghana, they all start from areas of concentration of wealth. They start from the gold mines. They start from the diamond mines. They start from the forest where we cut timber and so on. And where do they end up? They do not end up in African factories producing the needs of the African people. They end up at the ports. They end up at the ports because these resources are being taken away to build Europe, to build North America, to enrich the bourgeoisie in those societies. We have to change the story that our railway lines tell us about ourselves and so on. In any case, those who say that we should follow the American example, those who say that we should follow the German example and so on, I like to ask just one question. Yes, we are ready to follow the example, but first, they must tell us which people we can also go and capture as slaves to work for us for 100 years without pay. They must tell us which territories in the world today we as Africans can go and colonize. They must tell us what territories in the world today we can establish a neo-colonial relationship with. If they show us that, perhaps we will follow the example. But until they show us that, there is no way we can follow the example. And even if they showed us that, we have a very high level of morality. We are opposed to slavery, we are opposed to colonialism, and we are opposed to neo-colonialism. And therefore, that is not our path to development and prosperity. Our path to development and prosperity lies in our working together to pull down the structures of enslavement, the structures of neo-colonial control, to build that new Africa in which no child will go to bed on an empty stomach. That is our task. That is our path. We have been told that we Africans are barbarians. We have been told that the Europeans came here to civilize us. That is falsifying history, isn't it? Because we know the story of the Congo. We know the story of King Leopold, and we know that they implicated Africans because they were of their inability to supply rubber for the enrichment of the empire in Belgium. What can be more barbaric than amputating the limbs of people because they refuse to be exploited? We know the story of Kenya, and we know how the Mau Mau movement was treated. We know the story of South Africa and how apartheid decimated the South African people. And we know the story of Libya, the recent story of Libya, and how Libya has been reduced to rubble. We would not be deceived by these narratives. And we have to work to put forward our own narrative. If you read Nkrumah's book, Africa Must Unite, Nkrumah makes the point that Africa alone has more than 50% of the total resources of the world. Now, if Africa has more than 50% of the total resources of the world, why is there so much poverty and deprivation on this continent? There's so much poverty and deprivation on this continent because we have failed to realize the dreams of our forebears. We have failed to realize the dreams of Toussaint Louverture and others. There's so much poverty on this continent because we no longer control our resources and exploit these resources for our benefit. I come from Ghana in West Africa. And only last week, I saw some statistics which were deeply worried. Ghana, which was the vanguard of the liberation struggle. Ghana, which provided 10 million pounds in order that the Guinean revolution would start and survive. Ghana, which provided 10 million pounds also to Zambia for Kaunda to lead the nationalist movement to victory and so on. Ghana, which played a leading part in the struggle against apartheid and so on, has now simply been reduced to rubble. Today, Ghana needs 128% of its total national revenue for two items: debt servicing and public sector emoluments. Ghana is broke. Now, Ghana is broke. And how is Ghana broke? Ghana is the leading producer of gold in Africa. Ghana is the 5th largest producer of gold in the world. Ghana is the 2nd largest producer of cocoa. Ghana has many resources. The country is crisscrossed by rivers. It has the largest man-made lake in the world. And yet, Ghana has been reduced to rubble. Ghana is bordered on the south by the Atlantic Ocean. It has the Volta River running all the way from the northmost part of the country into the Atlantic Ocean, and so on. And yet, Ghana is an importer of fish. We import toothpicks. After you have eaten and you have those remnants between your teeth and so on, that small stick you use to remove them is imported by Ghana. We import virtually everything and so on. What happened to us? How are we getting out of this situation? Because if we don't get out of this situation of reliance on imports and so on, we would never be able to assert a sovereignty. The path to our liberation lies in our taking full control of all of our resources and exploiting those resources for the benefit of our own people. This is the path. And this path is only realizable under the guidance of scientific socialism. There is no other way. Now, comrades, I just mentioned that we are the largest producer of gold in Africa. What does that mean? What does that mean when our central bank signs an agreement with these mining companies, which says that the mining companies can retain 98% of the value of gold that is exported from Ghana? What does that mean when Ghanaian interest in mining is only 3%? Being the largest producer of gold in Africa, what does that mean when we are unable to finance education, when we are unable to improve the housing stock, where we are unable to enhance access to healthcare and so on? What does that simply mean? These are the things that we need to reflect on when we come to be talking about reclaiming our sovereignty. We have already heard a lot about foreign military bases on our continent. And I feel sad that Ghana is hosting one of these foreign military bases. Now, if you read the terms under which these military bases are established on our continent, you feel sad. You feel hopeless. In Ghana, we have allowed the United States of America to establish its military base on our soil. Under the agreement which allows the US to establish this military base, our head of state is stopped from entering that territory. The US military base is not accessible even to the head of state. As if that was not enough, in the agreement, we have committed to an arrangement under which if US soldiers come to Ghana and kill Ghanaians, Ghanaians cannot go to court to ask for redress. We have committed ourselves to an arrangement under which property destroyed by US soldiers in Ghana, if your property is destroyed by US soldiers in Ghana, you cannot go to court. We have given our frequencies for the use of the US military for free. Our frequencies are given to the US forces for free. When Ghanaians have to pay millions in order to get frequencies to establish radio stations and television stations and so on, the US can take it for free. Excuse me. Under the agreement, US soldiers entering Ghana are not subject to inspection. They are not subject to search. You can't search them. You can't look through their bags. You can't examine what is on their body. And when they leave, they are also not subject to customs inspection. They cannot be searched. US soldiers do not need passports to enter Ghana. They don't need passports to enter Ghana. All they need is their ID cards. Under these circumstances, we have given US soldiers privileges way and above diplomats. Because even the American ambassador needs a passport to enter Ghana. A US soldier does not need a passport to enter Ghana. In any case, what are these soldiers doing on our continent? What are they doing on our continent? Our leaders must ask themselves some interesting questions. Of course, they say that there's a global village, whatever that means, but they say that there's a global village. If this is a global village as they define, then everybody has interest everywhere. Now, if we decided to station a battalion of the US, of the Ghanaian army in Washington, what would happen? Now, if the US would not allow us to station a battalion in Washington, why do we then allow them to station a battalion on our soil? Ab initio, this arrangement means that we have accepted that we are inferior. And that is one of the reasons why
But everyone has a different story to tell. Shell, which says it's losing it.
The Tampa market.
In Northeast Africa, precisely on the Horn of Africa.
But the local farmers.
All right, once again, welcome to you all. This is Debbie CC, which has colonialism aspect of our presentation Sunday, 1 p.m. All right, so today's topic, it says, the U.S. target sanction with individuals Liberian it is colonially motivated. We are ready to face colonial US. Now, like you just watched, right, for the introduction that I put on to keep you going, the last statement where he was talking about the nation of Ghana accepting US military base in Ghana, right? And not just Ghana. But he made a statement, he said, by doing that, I'm just going to summarize it, we have allowed ourselves to be inferior. By doing that, we have allowed ourselves to be inferior. And that is why, if you can remember last week, we said Africa is not free. Africa is not independent. And we said, by definition, no African nation is free. And by definition, what we get in Africa as independent, that was not independent. We were just taking back our land. We were just taking back our political freedom. And now we are fighting to take back our economic freedom. And we said, when we say independent, actually the United States get independent because those that came from Spain, those that came from England, and they came on this land, they took the land from the native people, the people that live here, they killed them, okay? They gave them smallpox, all right, disease, and then they settled here. They get independent, and their independence was based on they did not want to be identified with Spanish or Spain, or they did not want to be identified with England or English. So they did not want to be called Spanish. They did not want to be called English. So they gained their independence. Okay, they gained that independence from being called Spanish or Spain, or how they call it, Spain or English. All right. So that identity of being called English or Spanish, they cut off that identity by saying, you know what? Since we are on this side of the continent, or since we are on this side, all right, we are not on that side, we are going to gain our independence where we will no longer be called Spanish. We will no longer be called English, because we will not be under the rulership of England. Because at that time when Christopher Columbus came here, right, the government of England and Spain sent them here. All right. So when they were here, they were still under the command of the English, how they call it, government or monarchy. All right. So in order to cut away to be identified as English, they gained their independence, but they were not under slavery. They were not colonized, because white people that came here stole their land. They were not people that was colonized. They came to colonize the people on this land, killed them, tortured them, and drove them away. So that was independent. All right. But what we got in Africa was not independent. We were taken by things that was taken from us. Our freedom that was taken from us, we was taking it. Our land, we took it. And now we are fighting for our resources. You cannot gain freedom or independence from someone of your oppressor. And that is why Africa, we are still struggling and suffering today, because in asking for freedom, you don't beg your oppressor. America did not beg, how they call it, or England, even though she was not under oppression, right? She just went ahead and said, you know what? We need our freedom, and we take it. We need our freedom. We don't want to be called English. We need our freedom. We don't want to be called Spanish. And that is what exactly going on in Africa. But today, we're going to focus on Liberia, not the entire Africa. So be it. Sometimes we might mention other Africa, but today, it's going to focus on Liberia. All right? It's going to focus on Liberia. So, U.S. targeted sanction with individual Liberian is colonially motivated, and we are ready to face colonial U.S. The United States is a colonial nation. The United States is a colonial territory. It's governed by colonists. The United States is governed by colonists. So it is a colonial nation. It is a colonial institution. It is a colonial society with oppressive behavior. And these are some of the things what we say here. Then Facebook say, right? We are saying something that is not in Ghana. But indeed, if we are putting black women, all right, telling black women how they did that, right? Putting black women down, okay? Putting black people down, all right? Giving insultive words. It was never going to go against Facebook policy. If we were naked our women, naked ourselves, saying all kind of a nigger issue and those things, degrading black people, African people, it will never go against Facebook policy. But the fact that we are here enlightening our people, Facebook does not want that. The policy of Facebook is do not enlighten your people. Do not open the minds of your people. All right? Let your people be stupid. Let your people be indoctrinated. Those are the kind of things, those are sat down behind these media, right? That's the kind of policies they want. But however, they can do what they want to do. We don't care. Now, the United States is a nation, all right? And since time immemorial. And last week, as we said here, I believe, Liberia was not a nation that was funded to carry quote-unquote free slave. And we saw some evidences, right? And today, I'm here again to show you more and more and deeper. And for recent actions of the United States. Now, some other Liberians, because of fear, I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't blame them. But some other Liberians, because of fear from the United States, right? They will say the Treasury Department is not the United States government. They will say the Treasury Department It is being run. It is a different entity, right? And the action the Treasury Department is taking is they are taking it because of few individuals who are in a system that are doing this. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Any action the Treasury Department take, it is the United States government. The Treasury Department is just an entity. It's just another entity, right? It's just another branch of entity that work alongside Washington, D.C. The Treasury Department is just another entity, like, for example, the CIA, which is another entity, has different functions, but all work for Washington, D.C. and for the political elite of Washington, D.C., right? The FBI is just another department, just like the Treasury Department. Okay? Immigration is just another department, just like the Treasury Department. But they all work in a confirmed agreement of America policy, of America interest. So whatsoever the Treasury Department is taking against other nation or other individual in that nation, it is the function of that Treasury Department to work for the United States government, just like the function of the CIA in other country, all right, to remove another seated president in other country in favor of American foreign policy. So be it as the Treasury Department, just as the FBI in America here as well, tracking down, okay, black people or African people, okay, who stand to educate, okay, African people of the happening of the war, right? So as the United States Treasury. So they are all different entities working, okay, in a space of one interest. They are all working in a space of one interest. They might be different, right? With different names, right? But that does not mean they are working individually with different mission, right? They are all working in one space of Washington, D.C. interest, of the colonialist interest, all right, of the slave master interest, of the oppressor interest. So we are not going to say the Treasury Department, the decision she has taken or she's taken in Liberia against individual Liberian, or it is not the American government. It is individuals who are within the American government. It is individuals who are within the treasury that are doing these things. No. And second, that I want to add up, the Black Caucus in the United States here, they are problem to Africa. The Black Caucus in the United States here, they are the agent of the devil. The Black Caucus in the US, they are agent of devil. They are the agent of white supremacy. They are the agent of the colonizer. They are the agent. They are the neo-colonialists. Just how we have neo-colonialists in Africa, most of the African leaders who are neo-colonialists in Africa, who are agent, the Black Caucus in America, they are also the agent. They are also the neo-colonialists. So we have them in Africa, some of those African leaders, right? And then we have the Black Caucus in the US. So these people are well established. And that is what is going on exactly in Liberia. All right? That is what is exactly going on in Liberia. And the fight is not going to be easy. But let's get into what we are here to discuss today. Everything today is about Liberia, and we're going to go back in time. But before then, let's go to recent sanction against Jefferson Koji. Today is about Liberia, right? Now, if anybody here who will watch or who will watch a recording and want to think that I am one-sided and want to think that, oh, he's a, how to call it, George Weah supporter, then you have a limited mind. Then you don't even know your history. then you are the person Marco Garvey described as a tree standing by the bank of a river. Okay? But does not get nutrient from a river. Does not get water from a river. Okay? Instead of you having a trunk growing, right? Your trunk cannot absorb the water. And that is how many African nations are. We have all these resources, right? But yet and still our people are poor. That's the kind of tree Marco Garvey was talking about, because you do not know your history. How can we have these resources, abundant resources? And at the end of the day, they want to name it African countries. Then they say that country is the first poorest country. The second poorest country, look at, for example, Niger. Niger, before, how they call it, the joint tie, it could have happened. Niger was the second poorest country in the world. But the largest, or one of the largest producer of uranium in the world. It's like a tree standing by the bank of a river and not getting the ingredient, not getting the nutrient from our river. Oh, Africa, that's how we are. We are rich, but we cannot taste our resources. We have to travel across the ocean before we can have a taste of our resources. That's what Marco Garvey told us. And that's why they hated Marco Garvey. And that is what's going on today in Liberia. And some of what we're going to bring here is not opinion, but the ignorance. Some of the ignorant Liberian will still see the truth. Will still see the truth. And still act like a slave, because they have a slave mentality. Welcome us. Welcome Kwame. How do you call it? Nkrumah. Welcome Terry. Welcome Baka. And welcome to everyone that is watching. So let's get into it. All right. So recently, the United States Treasury or the United States government sanctioned, and I'll go like this, right? Because I'm speaking history here today. I'm educating here, right? I'm gonna be using some words. So the United States have come out to sanction one of the natives of Liberia. The United States have come out to sanction one of the natives of Liberia. As we all know, last week we said, if the United States is supporting your government, then that means that government is not for the people. That government is ill-treating his or her people. But if the United States is against your government, that means that government is for the people, of the people, and by the people. Then that government is the people government. The United States does not care if your government go against your people. That's what they want. In fact, they don't want for you to be for your people. They want you to be against your people and treat your people the way they want you to treat your people, as long as they are benefiting. That's the United States. That's the kind of democracy. So the United States went ahead and sanctioned one of the native boy, one of the native men, and not only that, they still went ahead and sanctioned another person, but used it politically to say it is for these reasons. But who in this world can tell me, can point fingers, can lift his or her finger up and say the United States is a human rights nation? We all know the United States is not a human rights nation. We all know the United States does not fight for human rights. The United States fight against human rights. Who just vetoed sanction? Who just vetoed the ceasefire resolution between Gaza, Palestine, and Israel? The United States vetoed it. Where thousands of Palestinians are dying every day. Thousands of Gazan people are being bombed. Women, children are being bombed. but the United States veto it to continue bombing. Is that human right? Oh, okay. 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 The biggest violator of human rights in the world, as we know, is America. So how can America, in its contemporary war, in its contemporary Africa, how can America still come to you and tell you how human rights supposed to be, or define human rights for you, or put sanction on your people, and you rejoice? What America does is she uses your situation to capitalize on your situation to punish those who are for you, but you think they are not for you. And they use your situation to punish those, but not knowing the person they are punishing, it is in their interest. The person is against their interest. But let's see here, right? Let's read. In fact, I'm talking too much, right? But let's read what the United States government said. I'm not going to say the United States Treasury. Like I said, they are different entities, but working in the same space. All right? So let's see what they say about the sanction, about why they sanction. Let's see the language and the words they use in there. All right. So as you can see here, right? It says U.S. Embassy in Liberia. So last week, first of all, we went over some of these things, right? We went over the history of Liberia, how Liberia was founded, what was the purpose of carrying the Liberian slave back that they call free slave? What was the purpose? And we also went in depth to identify the war that was in Liberia was not a civil war. We saw evidence. It was not a civil war. We saw articles, right? It was international war fought on the source of Liberia. That war was between the U.S., France, and Great Britain. That was fought in Liberia, right? And then in our same book, and I told you people, and that book also predated future war with the U.S. and China. And that's what's currently going on. That book also predated future war between the U.S. and China in Liberia. All right? The book predated it. Okay? And we talk about how the United States have systematically exploited Liberia, right? And we talk about also how the first governor, second governor, right? How can you send people to Liberia? You said, Africa, they're free, but you went and still became governor. Like, so we went, we talk about that, right? But we couldn't read the entire book because of time, and I shared the link of the book, right? Now, let's continue it today. And we're going to see that, and I told you, in fact, I told you that the situation of Liberia is caused by the U.S., okay? And the war that was fought in Liberia, the ammunition came from like America here. They were mostly American weapons made with American signature on those weapons, right? Now, for each time, and sorry, let me just go by again. Even last week, we also said the native that were on the land, they resisted American influence at that time in the 1800s. They resisted American influence. All right? But America used her navy. America used her military to overcome the people. America did not buy land. Nobody bought land. Okay? Look, first of all, look here. when they came here, when they came and they took, when Christopher Colombo came here, did they buy the land or they killed the people here? Okay, they killed them, they fought them, and they drove them. They didn't buy land. There's no era, there's no history that you will research and they tell you, say, wheresoever the colonial master went, they bought land there and they settled. No history you will see it. You will never see it. When the U.S. counterpart, Belgium, England, Portugal, Germany, when they went to Africa before 1820s, because they were there before the so-called free slave went, did they buy land? They never buy land. So why you think America will go buy land when America did not buy this land? There is nowhere in history that you will find that the colonizer went and they bought that land and settled there. Nowhere in history. But history are rated in a way that once who write it, okay, he's writing it or she's writing it in your interest. And not just that, but they are writing it so that it can also benefit their descendants that will come. That is why it is their story. Now, I'm just giving you, hint of what we're about to discuss here today, adding to last week. So if you are here last week, I'm just trying to connect you and see how the dot connect here, right? Now, so for each time our forefather, the native in Liberia, okay, at that time Africa, for each time they rose up to rise against America, America will use her power. And at that time, America's power was the Navy, was the army against the native at that time. So currently, the United States power is Sanction. The United States power is Sanction because right now, she cannot come directly to use her Navy or her military. But in the past, they came directly and they used their Navy, they used their military to fight. But in this contemporary war, in this contemporary Africa, in this contemporary Liberia, they will not come directly to use their military, but they will come indirectly to use Sanction and also pass through some of the slave-minded people. So that's what they did, and that's what they are doing currently, sanctioning the native. Now, this is why I said I'm going to be a little bit deliberate to use some words, all right? So you can understand what's going on here. Now, so it says, U.S. Treasury Department designate Mayor of Monrovia, Jefferson Koji, for human rights abuses and corruption. Now, let's see some of the human rights abuses, right? Let's see some of the human rights abuses that they name. It did not come from me, all right? Let's see some of the abuses. Let's see some of the corrupt or corruption they are talking about in here. I did not call it. I did not name it. I did not write this, right? They wrote it. In fact, it's from the embassies, right? So let's see here what they put in here. This is not Pere. We are not reading Pere. We are reading English. Their language. We are reading their language, okay? We are reading their language to interpret it. We are reading their language to tell them how hypocrite they are. This is not any 16 tribe of Liberia. All right? This is not any one of the 16 tribes of Liberia. This is not Pere. This is not Mano. This is not Gio. And it let's go. This is not Kran. This is their language. Okay? This is the Western world language. So, let's see here. Now, it says today, by the way, it came out December 8, 2023. So we're going to see the reason why the United States is sanctioning these native people. Okay, as it continues from the past, it's continuing in the present. All right, so let's see here. Today, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Office of Foreign Assets Control, designated Jefferson Koji, who is the mayor of Monrovia, Liberia, and a senior leader in the Congress for Democratic Change. Now, that's one of the reasons they sanction him, because he is a senior leader in the Congress for Democratic change. And I'm going to explain to you why they see him as a threat. I'm going to explain to you why they see him as a threat. And there's a reason they sanction him, being one of the voice within that political party. They are in here. The United States government in here is to dismantle this noble party, is to dismantle this native party. That's the work of the United States government in Liberia. Okay, just how, for example, folks, in the United States here, whenever you see black people rising up, what happens? They go for the head. They make sure they destroy it. That's how they destroy the UNI, right? All right. But last week or last 2 weeks, we also said what happened with the Jewish, for example, the Jewish community. We saw the media, how they came out and said, oh, the Jewish community taking arms. They are protecting themselves. They are buying guns. They are training. But for each time black people try to do the same thing the Jewish did or are doing, what happened? They call black people thugs. They call black people gangsters. That's the time they talk about how they call it gun control. That's the time, all kind of thing. But did you see them talking about gun control? Did you see the narrative on how they call it on their media? Black protection versus Jewish protection. Did you see how the narrative went? That's how exactly it is in Liberia. So the American government aim is to destroy this party because they see this party, it is heavily involved with native people. In fact, since 1847, this is the first party in the history of Liberia that have mass support of the native people. Since the history, since 1847 or 1822, this is the party that have produced, that have encouraged native to be part of politics since 1820s. In 2023, before native people got what they call party, before they own party, since the 1800s. But let's continue here and see what we're talking about here, right? Liberia, and it's also Jefferson Koji, right? And he was also a senior leader in the Congress for Democratic Change political party. Let's continue here. Koji has a reputation for stalking violence and has a powerful grip on Moravia youth. Now you understand that, right? Have a powerful grip on Moravia youth. Have a powerful grip on the youth population in Liberia. So what the United States government is trying to tell is that they do not want for the native to wake up. They do not want for the native to be enlightened of that nation, to have power. So anyone that rise up among and be the voice, okay, they will make sure they take down that person. And we're going to see this in video. They themselves speaking of what should happen, of what they are going to do and what they have done, and they will continue it. All right? So that's what they are trying to do. So this right here, it is colonially motivated because America feel Liberia is her colony. Liberia is her private property. Why will you see problem with someone only because of his influence? Why should this be a factor to sanction someone? Because of their influence over the youth? Because of their political maneuver within the nation over the youth? Why should it be a problem? It is a problem to them because this man, he speaks to the youth and the youth listen. And this man knows a lot. He's kind of more like, he's not a Pan-Africanist, but he have an African mindset, as I'll put it. He's not a Pan-Africanist, but he have an African mindset. He have an African mindset. You don't have to be a Pan-Africanist, all right, to have an African mindset. So that's how I describe him. He have an African mindset. He does not have an European mindset. He does not have a puppet mindset or a neo-colonialist mindset. He has an African mindset. So that's why they are trying to take him off. Let's continue here. He controls, listen to this, right? Look, the American government is a joke and very laughable for this decision. Look what it said. He controlled paramilitary style organization associated with the CDC, which allegedly recruit former combatants conducted by government critics. Now you see here, conducted by government critics or political opposition. What does the United States government have to do with another nation opposition? When they see CDC's government was an opposition in any government for 12 years, we did not see the United States Treasury or the United States government to come out with a statement to say the early land government was a problem or was not giving access to the opposition to carry on demonstration. We did not see any article of that. We did not see any report of the United States Treasury Department regarding that, because it was native organization. It was native people who were in opposition, because in their mind, in Washington, D.C. mind, in their colonizer mind, in their enslaver mind, they are protecting the investment that their forefather, the colonizer, did in Liberia. That's what they are protecting. So they are not there to protect Liberia or any native people who will rise up. They will come against you. What right America have to talk about opposition? How? Why can America, if America talking about opposition, a nation where there is no war, a nation where there have now been any political prisoner or oppositional prisoner. So for people to die in Gaza, for people to die in Palestine, the American government is happy of that. To the extent the American government veto a ceasefire resolution. And then here, she's censuring another person who have grip over the youth, who speak to the youth listening, who God have blessed him. The United States is fighting another man blessing in another faraway land. A nation that portrays herself, a nation that said she's fighting for human rights, but here is the nation voting against life, voting against the destruction of life. But let's continue here. There's a point I want to make here, right? Now, let me make that point. Let me read it again and make that point. He controlled a paramilitary style organization associated with the CDC, which allegedly recruit former combatants and recently released prisoners. The United States is a big hypocrite. Didn't we see, or didn't the United States see, during the election, most of the warlords, these former combatants, were they not the one advocating for the interests of America? We saw butt naked, a man who fought the war naked, butt naked, Moses Black, or whatsoever they call him. He was a man who fought going on a battlefield naked with no clothes on him, because that was his protection. This was a man who killed a lot of Liberians. This was a man who killed Liberian, who destroyed Liberia. But today, he's now part of the UP government. He's a supporter of the UP. This man was the one, how to call it, talking for UP and saying he is a security for the UP, how they call it, political party. America did not sanction the standard bearer of that party. America did not sanction Moses Black, the man who destroyed and raped and killed many Liberians. America never sanctioned him. Not only that, America did not sanction Yeke Koluba. Yeke Koluba, who had militaries. Yeke Koluba, a representative, who also had paramilitary staff, who organized, who also had even a uniform, who came on social media displacing his uniform, who said they have a lot of men in the bush, who said they have ammunition, who said he have his military. America heard that, opposition heard that. America did not sanction that person. So do you see, when we say the United States sanction is colonially motivated, but this is what we're going to tell the United States as we go on with this discussion. We will not back down. This is not the 1600 or the 1700 or the 1800 where our forefather could not speak. Where you took your navy and fought our forefather and fought the kings and queens on our land. This is not a time. Get ready to sanction more Liberians. Get ready to use your military to kill more Liberians. Get ready to use your navy to kill more Liberians. Because we will not back down. Because we see you are fake. We see that your democratic interest in Liberia is not for Liberians, but it is fake. We see that you are biased in your human rights advocacy in Liberia. You are very biased. So we will not give you a chance. We will fight a good fight, not a kind of ugly fight. We are not going to be intimidated. And this is what I'm going to say to Jefferson Koji as we go on. This is what they want to do to you. They want to silence you. They want to blacklist you. But you got to be strong, my friend. You got to be strong, my friend. Do not let them to succeed. If that's what you are born for, that's what you are born for. Let's continue here. That's the hypocrisy of the United States government. According to them, the OFAC has reason, okay? Has reason. That means the United States, the Treasury Department, whatsoever, has reason to believe that Koji has reason. So there's no evidence. They find that they have reasons, right? Having a reason, that doesn't mean you have evidence. First of all, when they say believe, B-E-L-I-E-V-E, belief means opinion. Belief is an opinionative statement. So for those of you that don't know, when somebody tell you, say, I believe this thing happened, the person is not sure. So when somebody uses the word believe, don't think that it is truth. Believe also means the person is not sure of what they are saying. Believe, it means I am not sure. I believe it happened, but I'm not sure. I believe that went on, but I can't really remember. I don't know. Belief does not belief is not factual. Belief is something that you don't know. You don't have total access or control or evidence. So that is why they say they have reasons to believe. It is not factual. English is not my language. It is their language. My language is one of the 16 tribes of Liberia. So I learned this to apply it, to understand what they are saying here. All right? So most Liberians have read this and they believe they're colonial master because they are slaves. They think like slaves. Now they say they have reason to believe that Koji has instructed these organizations to violently disrupt demonstration conducted by government critics or political oppositions. So now, folks, This is why on other platforms, other Liberian, how they call it, or media, right? We've been talking here. The former ambassador to Liberia, the moment he was there, he got there, he became an opposition. He began to work with opposition. So the United States have been an opposition for 6 years against this government. They have secretly funded opposition platform against this government with propaganda. Now you see here. I mean, you don't have to ask me how. They themselves sell it here. You don't have to ask me, how do you know that they secretly, how they call it, work with opposition? You see what they say here? That's their statement here. This is their statement here. They have reason to believe that Koji instructed those organizations to violently disrupt demonstration conducted by government critics. The United States was a government critics or political opposition. So the United States was working with political opposition in the country. And we're going to show you why the United States was working against government in Liberia. We're going to tell you, you're going to see it clear. This is not opinion. We don't do opinion here. You're going to see it why the United States was an opposition to the government of Liberia for 6 years. We'll show you today. Let's continue here. Koji and his supporters, the native people now, that's what they are saying here. The native people, Koji and his supporters have been involved in violence. But if you look at the political landscape all through the 6 years, there have been numerous allegations against this man to break him down. But all turned out to be allegation and all turned out to be false after investigation. After investigation. Let's continue here. Koji and his supporters have been involved in violence in connection with, look at this now. Do you see how America have worked with the opposition? Do you see how they fund the opposition media? Look here, they are the ones speaking for opposition. Meanwhile, there have never been any political prisoner. Meanwhile, under George Weah administration, these past years, since 1847, since independence, it was 2018 to 2023 that Liberia ever have freedom of press, that people ever enjoy their right, their freedom of expression, their freedom of movement in that country. Since 1847 up to 2023, it was from 2018 to 2023, Liberian ever enjoy what they call freedom of the press, freedom of movement, freedom of speech. But they have never in our country, as we came out to uncover the story, and we are still uncovering the story. But see now, America with opposition, right? Koji and his supporters have been involved in violence in connection with, look at this, in connection with an opposition rally in July 2022. And this rally, right? Some of these rally the United States government is talking about, folks, can anybody go to the United States Whitehall, where Joe Biden is currently, because he's the current president? Can anybody go to that area and light fire? Can anybody go to that area and light fire and say, we are here to cook, we are coming to cook our food? Can anybody light fire on that ground? Will the police not come there? Will the police not come to arrest you people? Those are the things, those are some of the things that opposition did. This 2022 they're talking about here. Opposition took fire to the mansion, to the Capitol building, okay? To the Whitehall, like you call it a Whitehall. In Liberia, we call it mansion. They took fire there and they said they were going to cook. Fire. That's weapon right there. It is a weapon in the first place. Fire is a weapon. Can American government agree to it? But these are the things opposition did. And not only that, let's continue here. Student attending a memorial service for former Liberian President Amos Sawyer. And we're also going to see the same Amos Sawyer here talking about how America is corrupt. So they use American war with opposition during the 6 years, right? To create chaos in Liberia and then say it is a government when police go to disperse the people. Let's continue in the same 2022. Let's continue here. They said an anti-rape protest in August 2020. Now, you know, they put this in here. It looked good. It looked like, oh, how can people go protest for rape and the government do anything to them? Folks, when they went to protest for this rape, it was politically motivated. They was not protesting for rape, but they used the people's situation to accompany their mission. So while they were there, they started carrying on their clandestine acts in the name of protesting against rape. They started stepping in the name of protesting against rape. And when police go, and then America come out of so-called fake human rights. But let's continue here. And they said another reason why they censored Jefferson Koji, right? They said, and also misappropriation of state assets. Now, state assets. We have 3 branches of government in Liberia, right? How can Jefferson Koji have access to state assets? How can Jefferson Koji, he's a Senate mayor, not mayor for the nation, mayor for Monrovia, not mayor for the entire nation. They have different mayor, Painesville mayor, for example. So he was just the mayor for Monrovia, right? But they are saying misappropriation of state assets. So where were those 3 branches of government? The executive, the legislature, the judiciary. Where were they when this man misappropriated state assets? Now, who is the United States government to sanction or punish anyone in their country for misappropriation of state assets? Is that country don't have government or constitution or rule of law of what to do? Liberia got 3 branches of government, just like the United States. What are the 3 branches of government doing to ask Jefferson Koji that access for the state that he misappropriated? Why can't the 3 branches of government call him for deliberation? But the so-called United States went and led the 3 branches of government. Folks, now you understand Liberia is a colony that last week we also talked about. Now, not only that, why didn't America sanction Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, a BBC reporter, said she was the #1 corrupt government ever in the history of Liberia. And the evidences are there. But not only that, we're going to go deeper into today how America is a hypocrite, how America is biased, how America is not protecting human rights in Liberia, but America is witch hunting the native people, just how she have did it in the past. The reason why I say native people, because there are some slaves who still think they are slaves. They do not want to work along with their brothers and sisters. And the Black Caucus here, along with the so-called slave mandate in Liberia, and some of them stay here. They are the problem, and we're going to show you, they themselves speaking. We're going to show you here today. Let's continue here. So everything the United States talking about here is not about Liberia. It's all about opposition, opposition, opposition. Because we know when America is against your government, she go into your opposition. When America is for your government, America don't have to have opposition fee. But let's continue here. Let's continue. A student graduation ceremony in December 2019 and an opposition rally in November 2018. Koji has also engaged in corrupt acts, including bribery and misappropriation of state assets for use by private political movement and pressuring anti-corruption investigator to have corruption investigation. Who is Jefferson Koji? For God's sake, let's just put it this way. Who is Jefferson Koji to stand against corruption or to stand against people who are investigating corruption, to stand against investigators in Liberia who are investigating corruption? Who is Jefferson Koji? The three branches of government don't stand against investigator. Who is Jefferson Koji to stand against investigator in Liberia? America, are you serious here? Who is Jefferson Koji to stand against America? If America truly is honest to herself about human rights, about corruption, who is Jefferson Koji to stand in front of America? Liberia have a president. Who is Jefferson Koji to stand in front of the president, to say, Mr. President, no investing? Who is Jefferson Koji? In this land of discussion, Jefferson Koji is nothing. But America is witch hunting, carrying on her colonial attitude in Liberia because she does not want Liberia to rise. When you see high increase of poverty in Liberia, systemic poverty, it was because of America. And these are some of the reasons. Anytime the native people see direction to wake up, America will come against them. We're not speaking opinion here. Be with me. Pay attention. Stick to the platform today. You, Liberia, you will learn something. Stick to this platform today. You will learn something. Don't go nowhere. We got tons of evidence to prove what we are saying, that the United States is a hypocrite. The United States is biased. The United States does not protect human rights. When it comes to Liberia, the United States cares the F about how we Liberians feel. Koji is being designated for being a foreign person who is responsible for or complacent in or who has directly or indirectly engaged in serious human rights abuses, and for being a foreign person who is a current or former government official. Folks, this is the same statement they want a photocopy from previous section of government official, Miguel. Okay, Bill. Those are the same thing they came to put here. And when you read the previous section against Miguel and Bill, the same thing they said of Jefferson Koji is the same thing they said back then on those people. And back then, those people, not that I'm speaking for them, but I know the history. Back then, the same way America sanctioned those people, it is the same way America sanctioned Jefferson Koji, because those people stood up for their people. But because they know most of our people are ignorant to the doing of America, are ignorant to the political situation of Liberia, are ignorant to the systemic issue of Liberia, are ignorant to the colonial happening of Liberia, they come not to understand what is going on. They come not to understand who is actually fighting for them. They come not to understand who is actually in their interest. They come not. And when you look at the sanction list of the United States, the sanction list include strategic people who are not in favor of American foreign policy. For example, they also sanction Uganda because of the LGBT when Uganda passed a bill. They sanction that nation. So somebody within parliament that stood up against the LGBT to protect the Ugandan youth for another person, another man to go put their nut in another man poo-poo hole to destroy their children, to destroy that generation. America put sanction on that person in parliament. And not only that, America also sanctioned another person in China. So everything that America is doing, they are targeting people who they feed. Who they feed. That is why they say they have reason to believe. Not understanding English, folks. That is why they said they have reason. So everything they say here, there is no evidence, there is no link to say, follow this link, you will see what we're talking about. Follow this video, you will see what we're talking about. But we have link, we have video to prove that America is a hypocrite. America does not love Liberian. America is biased. America only protects her interest in Liberia. America is an oppressor in Liberia. America have oppressed Liberia for so long. We have evidence to prove. They do have evidence. Until they can bring it, then. But for now, they don't have evidence. We have evidence to prove what we are saying here about America. So let's take this out, right? So let's continue further to see the hypocrisy of America. We are not here for opinion. So bear with me and follow me. Come. Now, after the sanction, this man, right? The United States then went ahead and they froze his assets. The United States then went ahead and froze his assets. Folks, is this strange about America? Like we said, we have tons of evidence to prove America is a hypocrite. So, like I said, this is not about people who believe that, oh, this is the United States treasure, this is not the United States government. You don't know how the United States government operates. The United States government is a colonial entity that operates. The United States government is a state, how they call it, or a slave entity that operates. The United States government, it is an oppressive entity that operates. The United States government, it is a capitalist entity that operates. It is not a government of human rights. So this is not the Treasury Department now. So people who say, oh, the Treasury Department, it is not a United States government, it is a Treasury Department, few individual folks, try to understand deeply the history of Liberia. This is no longer the treasure. The United States freezes access of Liberian capital mayor. The United States freezes. They did not say the treasure. So the treasure is just an entity working for the United States, working for Washington, D.C. So any decision they make is also coming from Washington, D.C. They have, first of all, let me tell you this. Before the Treasury Department make a final decision of what they want to do, they have already reached Washington, D.C. decks. They have already reached the United States President decks. Joe Biden is aware. He's not unaware. He's aware of decision of the Treasury Department. General Yellen already told him. Yellen have already communicated with him. So to say, oh, it is not the United States government, my friend. My friend, to say it is not the United States government, or it is just a treasure, it is just few people in Congress that are doing these things, my friend. My friend, this is not a treasure. Now they are saying the U.S. Now, not just that, look here. The United States government has frozen. They did not say the United States treasure. Now you understand the United States treasure is working for the United States government. The treasure is just an entity, just like the CIA in other countries, carry on their own mission for American interests. That's how the United States treasure. Go and read about the United States treasure. You will see what they are for. They are not for that country. They are for American interests, American foreign policy interests. They are there to protect the American foreign policy interests in our country, just like the CIA. Just like the so-called missionary, Western missionary, they are all there, carry different function, but work in one space, in one understanding for the same purpose and for the same people. One person can't do the job, so that's why they share in groups. But go and read about the establishment of the United States treasure. Then you will know what they are for who. Go and read the establishment of the United States treasure. Go and read the establishment of the CIA. Go and read the establishment of the FBI. You will understand how these things started and for who it started. FBI did not start for white people. It started for black people. It started against black people. When black people were rising up, fighting for freedom, fighting for equality, fighting to gain power, fighting to lay on anything. That's what the FBI they were funded. The CIA, all those people were funded. So go and, first of all, understand the history, the formation of these things. Then you will understand how current operations are going on. You will get to understand. Don't just go and read all the, no, go and do research, find out first why they were funded. Now, if you understand the reason of their formation, then you will know some of the things they are doing today in today's society. You will get to understand why they are taking it. You will get to understand, first of all, it was funded against you. So any decision they made today, it is not for you, it's still against you. Now let's continue here. I think you understand my part now. For those you so-called Liberian, I believe the treasure is just entity. A few people know the treasure is the United States government. So after the possession, now listen to this. The United States government has frozen the access in the United States of Monrovia mayor, accusing him. Now, it's still alleged. Like I said, no proof. That's what I said. We have reason. But you see, we Liberian, you see, we African, we hate each other. You see African rejoicing. Oh, the United States treasure has Sanction. The United States did, the United States that. The United States government does not even yet have evidence. They do not have evidence. That's what they said. We have reasons to believe. No evidence. What they are doing here is information opposition has given them. That's why they are used. That's why they say we have reason to believe. And not only that, look what they say here in another article, right? This is another article. But now see what the United States government said. This is not a treasure. This is not the United States government. This is not Joe Biden. This is not Congress. You see how hypocrite they are? That's why I said we have evidence. Whenever we come to speak, we have evidence. The United States government has frozen the access in the United States of Monrovia mayor accusing him. So it is just an accusation. They do not have evidence. The Treasury Department report, it is a report given to the Treasury Department by the opposition. And the opposition are fooled of people who still think like a slave. Are people who are full of the rebellious slaves. are people who want to be an obedient slave to Washington, D.C. are people like Colin Powell. Those are the people in the opposition. They are the descendants of Colin Powell, who were always there to say yes, sir, who were always obedient to their master. Those are the people in the opposition. So they are the one that gave the information to the United States government. And the reason why the United States government honor it is because America feel that her interests in Liberia was not protected under this current government. Under George Weah government. Folks, we read a book last week where that writer said America is still yet to fight future war in Liberia between China. America and China will fight a war in Liberia. It was predicted. And they may not fight physically, but that's the fight that is going on right now. So that's why they did not like this government, because when this government came under Ellen Johnson administration in her last term, she started making deal with China. And then when John Weah came in, he continued that relationship. And not only that, when he came in, he continued our relationship with other Middle Eastern nations like Dubai, how they call it UAE. Because when he was a soccer player, he made connection, so he used that connection to collaborate with those people. Because America been in Liberia since 1820, America now been ruled, but America stole the iron ore of Liberia. Today, America have the largest reserve of iron ore in the world. How can America be fighting for Liberian when America have looted, when America corrupted this nation until she have the larger reserve of iron ore in the world? I dare America to come and say they are fighting for human rights when America have violated human rights in Liberia centuries. I dare America to say she's fighting for human rights in America, or she's fighting for corruption in Liberia, when America, along with the Firestone, they corrupted Liberia since 1926. I dare America to say she's fighting for corruption when Firestone supported Chastero, gave money to Chastero to kill Liberian. Has America gone against Firestone? Has America said Firestone? Has America investigated Firestone? Oh no, because Firestone is producing jobs in America here. Firestone is corrupting Liberian and carry on the economy of Liberia, of America, flying, booming the economy of America while our people are suffering. We are like a tree standing by the bank of a river with no trunk. We have all these resources, but we are poor. And America is brave to write books, to write speeches, to come up with video and say Liberia is poor, when they are the one systematically that have made Liberia poor. Let's continue here. Let's continue. According to them, Jefferson Koji, okay, so the article is just almost like the first one, right? But I just wanted to bring this so that people can see that the treasure is also the United States government. So now we saw one, it said the treasurer took action, right? Because there are many Liberians who says the Treasury Department, the decision they take is not the American government. The American government does not know. There are a few handful of people like Chris Smith or Allen White, another one who supported war in Liberia, who saw ammunition in Liberia. Allen White and Chris Smith, okay, who set up in New Jersey there to work alongside with opposition to work against the people in Liberia. Chris Smith, another congressman. He think his forefather bought Liberia for him and his children and his descendants. But we're going to fight. We will fight over that nation. The new government are coming in. The new government shouldn't take it to be formed. Let America get ready to take her navy to go start bumping Liberia. We ready for them. Let them go do it. That's why we wanted to do it. But and they think we will sit for any U.S. company to just go in Liberia. If the United States think this is the 1600 or the 1800 or the 1900, if America think this is the 1900, where they will silence our people and they're going to loot our resources, it will not happen. If they think this time was that time, where they will come, hold on to them. If they think they will go on our mine, on our diamond mine, our uranium, our Liberia got uranium, America been stealing it. If they think they're going to negotiate with this coming government to go to our Waragizi mountain, they better go sit there and think twice. Because let them get ready to take to the support they gave to Ukraine. Let them get ready to divert that support to Liberia to just destroy Liberia. Because they are the biggest violator of human rights in the world. So we got this clear. The Treasury Department is working alongside with the United States government. And that's why the United States government has gone ahead to freeze the assets of Monrovia City mayor, accusing him of violence against political opposition. So you see here, right? Accusing him of violence against political opposition. But there is no history, there is no video, no article that will tell you that Jefferson Koji, this is what he have done to political opponents in Liberia. So this is to tell you, Joe Biden, they were all working against the people's government. Now, let's continue. We have not finished yet. Let's see some of the reason why this sanction is going on. Let's see some of the reason why they did not like the George Weah government. Let's see when we say America is fighting the native. We're not just making statements. Let's see. Because we are based on history and it still continues. Let's see. That's how when the native people need to rise up, America will come in with a navy and fight. So let's see what we're talking about here. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see another article here. Let's see another article here. Be with me. Let's see another article here. The reason why the United States is taking action against Liberian. See the other article. Now, there's another article to prove to you why Washington, why Joe Biden, why America, the American government, the American Congress, they're not like Weah government. See here. It says what? Liberia, President Weah issues ban on export of unprocessed natural rubber. This is the Firestone. This is the Firestone. The American treasure. Now, when we say American, we are not talking about these traveling American. So don't get your feeling when we say American. We are talking about the political elite. We are talking about the cartel. The American government is a cartel in other nations. You may see it as a good government in America, but they are cartel in other nations. They are oppressive in other nations. So they are cartel. It is not a government. It may be a government here, but they are cartel. All right? So, President Weah issued ban on export of unprocessed natural resources. Do you think they will like President Weah? Because America feed her, they are taking bread from her table. They are creating more unemployment in America here. This unprocessed rubber, folks, the car you drive, the Firestone, this is where it comes from. If you go to the dollar store, right? Oh, graduation coming, right? Or you having party, right? You go to the dollar store, right? You go buy or how they call it, plastic cups. This is where it comes from. All right? You go buy plastic spoon, right? This is where it comes from. Oh, your tire box, right? You go to a pet bar, right? You go to, how they call it? All these dealership, right? And they change your car tire. This is where it comes from. You go to the garage, right? They change your car tire. Have you won? This is where it comes from. This is where it comes from. You go in your homes, you see all the latex products, right? This is where it comes from. So America is telling President, I dare you ban the export of unprocessed natural rubber. So again, this is how systematically America have been perpetually oppressing and stepping on the neck of Liberian. The moment anybody want to wake up to make Liberia to be a true Liberia, you lie. So this is one reason. Another reason they never like the government. Now, if you see, they are censuring these native boys who have power, okay, who are there to mobilize the other native people who does not have power, who does not have educational background, right? The reason why they are censuring these people is to get them out of the way, because when you take the mean person, the other people, now that I'm looking down on them, but they can't speak. They don't have the educational background. They don't have the knowledge like Jefferson Koji. So they have to take him down. That's why over the year, like America said in what we read, that's why they work with opposition over the years to lie on Jefferson Koji. Any crime they say like Jefferson Koji, when they do the investigation, it comes out to be false. America have worked with opposition. So we did not know America was working with opposition against people who are for the native. Because that's how America, from time immemorial, from 1820, from the 1820s, and we're going to see that here. What we say, everything we say here is factual. When we say America created a problem in Liberia, it's all factual, no opinion. We'll show you it, and you will see it. I told you, this channel, this WCC, we don't come with opinion. We come with facts. Everything we say is based on factual information. All right? Because we know the system we're dealing with. If you are coming against the system, don't come with opinion. Come with facts. They will not come to you. They will not come against you. But if you come and say that will come with opinion, they will come and get you. But come with facts. Show it to them. The videos are there. So when they come, just show the video. That's why you see in South Africa, they have tried Julian Malema. They can't make it with him. And we are watching Julian Malema. And at the same time, we are also learning from Julian Malema. Why they try to get this man, they can't get him. Oh, okay. These are the reasons. Because Malema does not speak on opinion. He does not speak like, oh, his feeling, or that's how he feel. No. He does not speak on feeling. No. He speaks on factual things. That's why they can't get him. That's why even they go to court, he still challenge them because he's always factual. So if you go and check it, you will find it. And that's how we have come to learn and follow his footsteps. So let me say this. You Africans that are out there, if you want to follow this, if you want to do things like this, you better know what you are talking about when you come to sit here to talk. Because they will come after you. That's why they watch our video. The only thing they can do is they ban it. That's why they ban our Facebook page. And they say it is not in their guideline. That's the only thing they can do. But we will still get a page back. That's the only thing they can do. So if you want to do this, we urge you, do it. But know your thing. Study other leaders and see why they can't get Julian Malema. They have tried. Why they can't get him? Study it. Follow him and see. And try to take the same steps. So when you come to speak, come with factual information. Do your research. Come and talk. And the day they come, you come out with that video. Show them the video. And tell them, this is you. And these are the reasons. See it. So we encourage you to do it. But if you don't know how to, don't do it. Now, so this was another reason they hated the weird government, and they are trying to bring down everybody that was in his government connected to him, that was working along with his vision. They are going to go against, they are going to bring all of them down. That's their plan. That's what they did with Turbo. When they came Turbo, They made President Doe to kill all Tobo men. So that's what they are doing here. This current time, they may not go like to kill them, but they will sanction them. They will do everything to blacklist them. They will do everything to take them from public view. That's what they are doing. So they seized the man access in Moravia, in America, without no evidence. No evidence. And they seized it because they feel they got it right. They feel that this man have no power. He doesn't have any power against the American government. He does not have money to go against the American government. So they seize everything. So you see how biased America is. So now you see America is the problem to Liberia. The poverty to Liberia is America. The circumstances we face in Liberia is America. Why will America go against the government only because you ban the exportation of raw material? Because we do not want to be like a tree standing by the bank of a river with no trunk. And that's why you keep calling out poverty Africa, poverty Liberia. All the people are suffering, all the people are this. But now you are the cause because you are looting our resources that we need to enjoy. And then when we come to speak about it, you sanction or you hate us. But let's continue here and see whether the measure President George Manneh Weah took it is about one. So, President George Manneh Weah has issued executive order number 124 banning the exportation of unprocessed natural material. Folks, you gotta watch it. Is this a wrong thing? Is this a bad thing? Is there something wrong to do? Is there something an African government will do and you say it's bad? American government say it's bad? And surely America stand by her word. Will she not support this? But let's continue here. The executive order issued by President George Manneh Weah mentioned that the rubber sector of Liberia has been greatly affected and abused. Oh, America did not see this. Well, Firestone is abusing many Liberians. America did not see it to question Firestone, to sanction Firestone. America did not see it. How biased this nation is. They don't care about human rights. So let's read. The executive order issued by President George Manneh Weah mentioned that the rubber sector of Liberia has been greatly affected by abuse, misuse, and leftover the period. Therefore, in order to curb the situation, in order to keep the situation, the government believed that further strategy is necessary so that proper policies can be developed in an appropriate institutional and regulatory framework can be established to curb retrogression sustained in the development of the industry and stimulate growth. Now, folks, do you see, if you don't know your history, do you see if you don't do your research, when America comes to take action against you, America will use a situation. When America comes and take action against the man that is talking for you, against the woman that is speaking for you, against the man or woman that is telling America, Washington DC, foreign and oppressive interests, if you are not aware of your situation, if you are not aware of your history, America will use your situation, your circumstances, to go against the man or woman that is speaking for you, that is advocating for you. Many of you do not do research, do not know this. And then when they take action based on your situation that was not created by Jefferson Koji, your situation that was not created by President George Manneh Weah, your situation that was created by Firestone, because Firestone was paying chastity a rebel leader to kill Liberia, to destroy Liberian, in order to protect the surrounding of Firestone so that Firestone can continue to be holding rubber. Because throughout the 14-15-year war in Liberia, Firestone was still operating, carrying a rubber plantation or carrying a rubber in America. That's how they operate. So if you don't know your history, if you don't know who created the situation you are in, America will make the person that is speaking for you to go against that person. Now, many of you think that your situation was caused by George Weah. Many of you think that your situation was caused by Jefferson Koji because you read one report from your colonial master. You read one report from white Jesus. One report from white Jesus. So you believe, but not knowing they are using your situation to punish those who are actually advocating for you. Now the article is there. If you want to read it, you can go read it. But I just read this, right? So now you see how or why they hated this government, and now they are fighting to bring down people who know the story. That's one of the reasons they are fighting Jefferson Koji. Because this story will come out. This story will come out. And it will give hell to the incoming government from signing any concession or booger or stupid agreement with American companies to go and steal and loot our resources. Oh yes, America looted our iron ore, America built our bridges, our infrastructure, but they did not build one road in Liberia. So we'll take this out. Now you see another reason, right? Why they did not like Weah, and now they are fighting hard to bring down advocates who will become opposition. So in all war, America is not going to work with incoming opposition because this government that is coming in, it is going to be a government of puppets, a government of America. Okay, that is why the president-elect came into America almost 3 weeks ago. The first 2 weeks, he was in Washington, D.C. And they were telling him what to do. They were cooking him. They were educating him what to do in Liberia in the first 3 months. They were telling him what to do in the first 3 months, in the first 100 days. What to do in Liberia. Companies, foreign companies that he should let go. Other company that America want them to stay, they will stay. Believe me or not, that's what you're going to see. So for the first 2 weeks, Liberia was causing noise. Oh, why is the president-elect when he can't come? The United States government had him, and they were educating him what to say. I mean, decision that he should take in Liberia. So they are also helping him to silence people who will become opposition, who will become threat to the government, because they will make the world to understand things that are happening in Liberia, just how they did it for 6 years, along with America support. So that's why they want to silence everybody. They want to fear. They want to put fear in other people, because if you take down Jefferson Koji, another native man will be afraid to stand up because they do not want to be the Jefferson Koji. Oh yes, the sanction on individual Liberian, it is colonially motivated, because America is a colonialist. America is an oppressive nation. Let's continue here. Now you see that now, right? Let's continue. We do not speak opinion here. Let's continue here. So now let's go to the man they put a sanction on. The man, they say he got a youth, right? Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see something. Let's see here. But we are not going to give this government a chance. America will not fear us. They should get ready to take their navies and go fight. They got more army, right? They got the army, they got a marine, they got the navy, they got it. Wow. The how they call it, FBI or something. They got all of them. They should ship all of them to Liberia and just go kill and destroy the place, and then settle there and then discover, because anywhere they go, they discover the place. They should go do new discovery. But we will not get a chance. So these are the people, right? These are the people the United States government call paramilitary group. These are the people. The United States government see peaceful Liberian. The United States government see Liberian citizens and call them paramilitary organized group. Look here. So, by the way, this was after the so-called United States Treasury and the so-called United States government sanctioned Jefferson Koji. After they sanctioned him, this was when the people rallied with him in support of him. So the man you see right here in a red with the cap on his head, that's Mayor Jefferson Koji right there. That's the man the United States government sanctioned. This is the man the United States government is afraid of, to be an opposition for the puppet government of the United States that is coming. This is the man, this boy. This is the boy the United States government is afraid of, so they have to sanction him. They have to see his assets. This is the man the United States government have no evidence, and they said they have reasons to believe because opposition told them or gave them information. This is the man they are afraid of. The United States government is afraid of this boy. This boy, the United States government is afraid of this boy. So this is what the United States government call paramilitary group. This is what the United States government call paramilitary group. Innocent civilians who believe in the struggle and the liberation of their land, of their people, of their resources, who rally up together in support. That's what the United States government call paramilitary group. That's what Gina Yelling, that's what Gina Yelling, who is an enemy to Liberia, that's what she called paramilitary group. These are the people they call paramilitary group. These women, these mothers who are here, who want better future. Look at the children in front here. Look here. These women, look at their condition. Look at their condition. Systematic condition created by the United States government since 1820s. Look at them here. These are the people who are fighting, who Jefferson Koji see that the United States is corrupt. have corrupted Liberia systematically. So Jefferson Kogi, as a man that God has blessed to be the voice of his people, to be the power of his people, he is the one the United States government has sanctioned, and these are the people the United States government call paramilitary groups. Folks, are these people paramilitary groups?
This is the moment. Please mount the platform. Man down to imperialism down. Down to neo-colonialism down. Down to imperialism down. Down to neo-colonialism down. Forward to Pan-Africanism forward. Forward to Pan-Africanism forward. Forward to Pan-Africanism forward. Viva, Jefferson Tamakoji, viva! 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 Down to imperialism down. Down to colonialism down. Amanda. Away too. Thank you, Congress. Have a seat. Congress. Daniel Kuman was right when he said Imperialism, we say colonialism is the last stage of imperialism. And now we understand very well that imperialism and colonialism and its lack of projects continue to exist on the African continent. And in Liberia, we're not surprised. We are not surprised. And as revolutionaries, we do not panic when the masses panic. Because we understand how to confront the arrogance of imperialism. Because we understand how to confront the arrogance of colonialism and neo-colonialism. And so, in our lifetime, we have understood that before us, there were men here in this country who also stampeded and surmounted against the ugly heads of neo-colonialism and its power projects. And that's why today we have to call a man today who in history is walking the path, of history. It's walking the path of men who challenge the arrogance of imperialism and neo-colonialism. We are pleased to inform you that this man is not far from the history of Hugo Chavez of Venezuela and the defeat of Anastasia de Somoza, of Venezuela. We are saying to you that we are pleased that this man is walking the path and navigating the steps of Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua and the Sandinista movement challenging imperialism. This man is not far. He's not walking the stage of Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso. Now he's also walking the path and moving in the direction of Dr. Augustine Ariani Salvador of Chile in 1969 to 1973. That's cool. This man is not far from being the reincarnated Morris Bishop of the New Age movement in Nicaragua, in Canada. And so, Congress, at this time, without delay, Congress, let us say to you that this fearless revolutionary pan-Africanist is a man in a battle against reactionary forces. We recognize the presence, the rabble of the chairman of the Revolutionary National Youth League of the Independent Coalition for Democracy. You remember that Emmanuel Miller Johnson, retired student activists, the progressive forces are realigning into history, moving side by side with the masses of people against background hostile social process. That's how wherever Hugo Chavez is in Venezuela, that Augustine Ariani Salvador of Chile, wherever Patrick. Thank you. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. to say thank you. Thank you so kindly. Let us start quickly. We want to say to you with both faith and clarity. We start back instantly like a first day greeting. We didn't wanted this to turn into a political festivity. But I understand I'm humble to each and every one of you to your kindness, not to me, but to this revolution. And I want to say I'm grateful to God who have seen me as a servant who will not betray you, who will take anything that it will cost for this revolution to succeed. I will choose to betray myself first than to betray this cause. Every day we are put on trial, we get glorified in our soul. We said this is the moment we're in search for. A moment that we can take a stand so that the masses can say, leaders who lead us are prepared to take scars on behalf of them. But today, we're not doing politics. We want to be very clear. This meeting is about the festive. It's about the festive season to this most dedicated intellectual institution become the gossip who are each and every one of us. You see our mother. If there were a tactic of trying to break us down, we want to say try harder. Try harder. We have gotten more invigorated, stimulated, and prepared for whatever that may come. But we shall not turn our back. Neither should we go down on our knees. We are prepared to stand up to have more than ever before. That is the issue on the aspect of Sanction. And maybe to leave you, let me speak in the capacity, see, the coming. I don't want it to be any place. Categorically clear. There will be no space to circumvent the Constitution or to abrogate the Constitution of the country. We shall defend the Constitution to the very bare core. We will do any means possible. We will do everything as he emerged that we, as said, John said to you, we have agreed, we accepted the result because our president has said it, but we also stated the pitfall and the fraud that were committed. And the reason we raised it, because we want electoral reform. So we here will ensure that if you come to work and do the Liberian business, you have our support. If you come and say you will intimidate us and you think you have monopoly over this country, as assured, you will be resistant to the bare more code. Go on and carry what you want to carry. As long as we have death in us, we will continue to do what is just with no spell of fear.
All right, folks. So as you can see, you see the crowd right there, right? So this is the kind of crowd America, a nation that call herself superpower, or a nation that call herself human right. This is the kind of support they are afraid. So this is why America, this young man, this little boy, America want to get him out of the way because he had the support of the people. He had the support of the masses. And America see potential in this boy to get the masses and the masses' attention of any corrupt practices that America has set, a corrupt nation that have corrupted Liberia systematically. Our resources have been looted from every anchor, from every four anchor aspect of that nation. America have looted our resources. So America know that the people of the land have waken up and they are going to be vigorously against, not against America, because they care less to do with America, but they are going to be against the selfish interests of America. They are going to be against the colonial interests of America. They are going to be the oppressive interests of America. So America has seen it and said, no, we got to take down this boy. We got to work swiftly to get this boy out of the way before the new government set in. Because it will be difficult if we don't slow down the cry. It will be difficult if we don't slow down this boy. It will be difficult. In the past, we found it easy to loot their resources. In the past, we found it easy to take advantage of them and loot and steal their resources. But with this generation, it will be difficult if we don't slow them down. It will be hard for us to go to a Warrior Mountain to loot their iron or their diamond or their uranium. It will be hard to get it to the port and take it to America. They will come against them. So these are the people the United States government call military. The United States government see masses and call them military. The United States government see surveillance and call them military. Oh yes, you know America, in America, they call black people who are united, who are protesting for their rights. They call them thugs. They call them, if you don't sell it far, go back to where you are coming from. That's the same description the United States government is giving or describing these people as paramilitary groups, as violent people, as gangster people. That's the same descriptive. That's the same adjective America is using on these people, calling these people thugs, calling these people military. You look at surveillance and you call them military. America does not care to listen to the frustration of the people. America does not care to listen to the plight of the people. But rather, America calls them thugs and violent and paramilitary. That's the job of the colonizer. Are these paramilitary groups that America described in the article? We got evidence. They don't have evidence. We got evidence to prove to America that America is a liar. America is a big liar. America is a big hypocrite nation and a buyer nation. Are these paramilitary groups? Are these the people you call thugs? Are these the people that you call diversity cause you put on the street and proliferate with them? Are these the paramilitary groups? Or you care not to listen to the situation of the people? Because the situation of the people systematically was caused by the United States. Hold on to the United States. But we will not back down. This is not the 1800. This is not the 1900. This is not our forefather. This is the descendant. These are the descendants of our forefather. And we know the history our forefather went through, that systematically we are also still going through. And we will not sit down and keep silent for the next generation to come and say our forefather did not fight. We will fight. Get ready, America. Just how in the past you took your navy, your army, and went to Liberia on a ship and start fighting the native people. Get ready to take your army and go fight. Get ready. The army ammunition, you take it to Ukraine, get ready to take it to Liberia to just boomah. The support you are getting to Israel, get ready to take it to Liberia to just start bombarding and killing people. Get ready to make another veto for peace, not to go into Liberia, because you will be the one bumping and killing and sending ammunition there. But this time around, in the past, our people ignorantly, they took your army ammunition and they killed each other. But this time around, we will not take your army ammunition against each other. But if it comes to that point that we will ever take it, we will take it against the enemies, not against any Liberian. Folks, look at the country. The country they call Africa Olias Republic. Look at the country, how dirty and poor. Look at the country. This country get independent, so-called independent 1847. Me, I don't honor it as independent. Because even the United States herself, the so-called US herself, did not honor it. This is historically now, because I know that was not independent. But historically, okay, let's just play the devil advocate. This is Africa Olias Republic. Look at the nation. Look at the nation. The nation where the first governor in 1822 was Judy Ashmont, a white man. A white man appointed by the United States government, appointed by Washington, D.C. Oh, they said they founded this land, in quote, they founded this land to carry free slave. But how can you carry a free slave in America here? You rule a free slave. Then you took the free slave on their land in Africa, and then you follow them and rule them. Is that a freedom? Is that not a colony? The first governor, Judy Ashmont, he was the first governor. And the second governor, Thomas Pichana, he was the second governor, a relative to James Maroon. Now you know who named the capital city after James Maroon. Another evil. James Maroon was a rapist. And they named our capital city before him or after him. James Maroon, a rapist. This is Africa Olias Republic. Look at the nation. Look at the country that America looted. You think America care? And she care. The resources she looted from that nation, she will have used them to build this country. But when the people stand to fight, America called them military, paramilitary. America called them thugs.
You very nice.
All right, so that's the man America is afraid of. That's the man America sanctioned. So in an article, when you heard Jefferson Koji paramilitary groups, Those are the paramilitary groups. Those are the civilians. Those are the people. So you see how blessed this man is in his own will, that our forefather blessed him, where he had the support of the masses, where he can speak to the masses. So just one man will speak to the masses. So that's why they want to get him out. America is fighting this little boy because America is they are colonizer, they are oppressor. Now, America want to fight corruption, right? I dare America to fight corruption with the other information are coming up with. She want to fight corruption. But we're going to tell America they are hypocrite, they are biased. We're going to tell America is not a nation of human rights. America is a violation of human rights. The nation in the world that have most violation of human rights is the United States. Now, there's an article here. I'm just going to read through it, right? But it's about Firestone. It's about America Firestone. All right. And this was the reason, actually, to be frank, this was the reason America took Charles Taylor from Liberia and used Sierra Leone to say they punished Charles Taylor because of the crime committed in Sierra Leone. But this was the reason, because they wanted to find a way to take Charles Taylor from Liberia because he was going to be a problem for Firestone to operate. So by them taking Charles Taylor to the Hague and use Sierra Leone, Firestone paid some good amount of money, I believe. They paid good amount of money to the American government as well. They contributed to it. Because at some point in Nigeria, in an interview, Charles Taylor told the interviewer, wait for my book, because they generally asked him, they said the news is that you escaped from an American prison. An American prison, you escaped. Is that true? To escape American prison? And he laughed. He said, wait for my book. It's going to be in my book. I'm writing. My book will come out. Everything going to be in it. That means all the secret war, the secret support, all going to be in our book. Because Alienware was selling arms, Alienware was carrying ammunition, Alienware made billions of dollars out of the life of Liberian people being killed. He said, wait for my book, wait for my book. Let my book come out, wait for my book. It's going to be in it. You're going to see how I left jail. And even in an interview, he mentioned a little bit. He said he did not escape. He said he was in a jailhouse. Two men walked up to him. He couldn't see their faces. Their faces were all covered up, all in black suit. They walked to him. They never told him anything. And then the prison guard opened the door. The prison guard did not say anything. And the two guys in an all black face cover said nothing to him. They just walked to him. They hold him up. He wake up. And they do like this. Like, let's go. He walked, one in front and one behind. He in the middle. According to him, when he walked out, there was a car already parking. Another guy went to the door, all over black the same way, opened the car, black SUV, black. He got in the car, and the whole car black, dark. You can't see Isa, unless you see Osa. Opened the door, he got in it, and he said the next place they went to the hotel. He saw himself to the hotel. Open the door, talking straight the same way. Walk, no talking, just direction. He walked in a hotel. And then they show the bathroom, no talking, everything sound. He walked in the hotel room, went and took shower. And then after taking shower, he came. All these bodyguards were all standing, and they had a cloth on the bed. They put a cloth on the bed, and then they showed it to him. He took it and wore it. And he said the next time he looked, they brought food, no talking, everything just said. He ate the food. And the next thing, his ticket was already set to everything. They're walking outside the same way. The car was there waiting. He got in the car. The next thing he looked, he was at the airport. That's why he stopped. He said, the next thing I looked, I was at the airport. So he said, wait for my book. It's coming out. So they work hard, tirelessly, to get this man out before that book come out, before Liberian people get to know the true story of a hairy hand of America. But yet they stay. We do research to find it, even without he coming out with his book. Now, I believe where he is, he have written this book, but Liberian man might not get it. Maybe we might get it in the next generation. Or we might get it, I don't know, maybe after some, when he's dead, after 30 years or 15 years, then before the book come out. And at that time, they will go and change the original story because they will have the real copy, as we honor the colonizer, and then change some things in it, and then bring it out and put on the market, and then still make billions of dollars out of it. And that's what they're going to do. So they're going to keep making money. That's how the church charged Taylor from Liberia, because of this firestone. So we're just going to read, because of time, I'm not going to read the whole thing, and I'll show you a video, and you will see the whole picture. How systematically America have been the province to that nation. Now, it says, Firestone money started flowing to Taylor in January 1992. Did you see that? So, in other words, America and Firestone, they knew the war was coming. Like we said previously, we already discussed it. The war in Liberia, it was not a civil war. It was never a civil war. It was international war between France, Great Britain, and US. Now, there is another evidence. In 1992, when they decided to bring the war, when they planned to bring the war. So Firestone in 1992, Charles Taylor was not a president. He was not a government. In 1992, Charles Taylor was going into Liberia as rebel. So Firestone have already made deal with Liberia that this war, we're going to give you certain amount of money so that you will protect our territory. You will not come to the Firestone plantation because Firestone has to keep operating. So, folks, do you see? It's not about Liberia. It's not about the life of Liberia. If it was about the life of Liberia, there was never going to be war. And that's why we keep saying, if America actually wanted for war not to go into Liberia, war was never going to go there. But because it was America's interest and influence, that's why they allowed the war to go there. Why will Firestone come out in 1992 to make deal with Charles Taylor, a rebel, and start giving Charles Taylor money to protect Firestone, not Liberia? Let's read here. The months Firestone paid Taylor government. At that time, Taylor was not a government, but they call it government. Firestone paid Taylor government $69,000 in income and reconstruction taxes, $10,000 for social security pension scheme, SCHEME scheme, and $6,000 for social security income scheme. So you see how Firestone is corrupt. How can't the United States government go against Firestone, go and sanction Firestone, go and fight for Liberia, and truly they are human rights advocates, fake advocates? Why can't they go fight for Liberia? Why can't they go to Firestone and put sanction and stop Firestone? Oh, this is what President William saw and banned a Firestone and said, no more our robbers leave Liberia. And the American government said, we are coming for you and we are going to make sure we get you out. We all know the election that just happened. It was rigged. It was rigged. All right? And now they're getting out. They are going against those that supported the highest vision. Those that have the native men, those that have the nation, and said, no, we will not take American influence. There's a slave mentality. There's a slavery mentality. There's a slave relationship with the colonial master. We will not take it. Now America is going after them. one by one, seizing their assets. But this is what I want to say. You guys haven't learned yet. You're in that kind of position, you know you control policy that will not be in America's interest. And you stay taking your money, your finances, coming to Bank of America and banking it in America, banking it in Europe. Are you crazy? Are you guys not learning? They did the same thing to Gaddafi. They did it to Nkrumah. They did it to other leaders. Sankara, Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, all these people, they did it to them. And you guys have not yet learned. You know you're in a position. The only way you will have access in the Western world is to become puppets. The only way your access will be, how they call it, safe in the Western world is to become a puppet and protect their foreign interest against your interest. That's the only way you will survive. That's the only way your money, your assets will survive. You know that. And you still take your money and come and bring it and put it in the Western bank, and you know you will not stand, or you will stand against their interest and not stand for their interest over your people, over your nation, over yourself. You know if it come to that, your assets will be seized. And you still take money, you still make investment in Europe and America. Are you guys crazy? So now, like Jefferson Koji, your assets have been seized. Your assets have been seized. You guys study history. That's why I say you are not a Pan-Africanist. You have an African mindset. And don't get me wrong. Some people have an African mindset. They are not Pan-Africanists. Because as a Pan-Africanist, you know everything. You know what to do. You can never do investment here. You can never bring your money in Western Bank. But you have an African mindset. That means you are for the people. That means you want to see your people rise. It was wrong, or it is wrong to take your money. But let's continue here. By the end of 1992, the record, careful roll, and column showed that Firestone had paid out more than $2.3 million in income taxes, Social Security pension, work injury. Now, all this money, by the way, it was going to chastity of the rebel. It was going to the rebel government. Because during the war, we never had government. We had different warring fashion. So this is the kind of money that was going to Chastita. And Chastita was using this money to protect the Firestone, using this money to buy ammunition. All right. And some of this money, Chastita was putting it not his name, but he was putting it in friend's name. That's why today, some people in Liberia are rich, like Ben Ayure. Like Ben Ayure. Most of this money went to Ben Ayure too. So he's rich. So America did not go after Firestone if America actually loved Liberian people. Yeah. Now, they said, let me see here. I don't want to read about Sorion. Now, it says here, but at the beginning of his insurrection, Teta was a start-up warlord with a growing army and a need for a few revenue. Teta explained the special importance of Firestone resources while on trial for war crime at The Hague. So you see it, right? So this is it. This is right here. So the NPFL, we talked about it last week, right? It was America that funded this, the National Patriotic Front frontier of Liberia. America funded this and put Charles Taylor as the head. And then later on, they got to realize that Charles Taylor will not fulfill or will betray them after he has killed Ado, right? He will not come, but he will want to lead in Liberia and become president, right? And Ellen, because they wanted for Taylor to go kill Doe, and then Ellen go become president. So when they noticed that Taylor, he was not a man to be trusted, then America funded again the INPFL, the Independent National Patriotic Front of Liberia, and made Prince Johnson the head of that. Let me see. Matter of fact, I wanted to show that here for you to see Prince Johnson. Hold on, if I see that, because like we said, anything we talk here, we want to have evidence. Okay. Hopefully, let me see here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. I will show that here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hopefully, let me see. Hold on. Let me try to find it. Okay, very good. I'm going to show it here so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Okay, I'm going to show it here because everything we say here, we actually want for our people. We want for you guys to see. Okay. All right. So everything we show here, we want to make sure you see what we're talking about here. No opinion here. Okay. Now I have it on the computer, so I'm going to show that. Okay, right after this article, so you can. I mean, this something. I'm going to show that. All right. I'm going to show that. So let me see what the article I have here. Up here. All right. So yeah. So that's Firestone. So you see the money that was given to Firestone now, right? So this is Amos Sawyer. All right. You remember in one of the first article we read about the section against Jefferson Koji, where they said civilians were going, opposition were going to bury this man, funeral, right? And Jefferson Koji pulled paramilitary group on the street to harass them. This is the man here. But this is the man, I will show you the video. You will see in the video, he's talking about what Firestone did in Liberia that was wrong. Okay? All right? So, because of time, I can't read the whole thing. But even Firestone herself agreed. So they said, Palmon, however, acknowledged that Firestone had indeed paid taxes. Such payment were entirely legal. So you see it, legal. They pay legal money to Charles Taylor. So they call it legal to go a rebel. They pay money to rebel to go kill civilian to protect Firestone so that they can keep sending rubber or raw material in America. So they said it was legal to pay Charles Taylor to kill Liberian. No, folks, I don't want to see Liberian sitting here talking about America sent Charles Taylor to the H and he justed itself. They don't understand why they sent Charles Taylor to the H. So these are people justifying it. And they said it was legal. And he explained because Taylor was a de facto government that controlled Firestone plantation. Taylor was a de facto government. Firestone did not pay off war law or give money under the table. He said that was not Amos Sawyer, but it was the white guy talking here. This is how they call it, another controller of Firestone. So he said there is nothing in Firestone corrupt practices. So Firestone protecting himself. Okay, nobody talking about protecting or talking about for Africans. But when Liberian want to rest out, that's the time America can carry her dirty mouth. They said there is nothing in the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that say you can pay war law. Palmore said the law in essence says you cannot bribe. So you see here, they are saying that wasn't bribe. But it was something they paid to Taylor because Taylor was a de facto government. Who made Taylor a de facto government? The United States? Because they see Liberia as a de facto nation. Right? But anyway, so they said pro-public and frontline unhefted previously unreported record of Firestone payment to Taylor in a lawsuit filed in a county courthouse in Oakland, Ohio, right? But anyway, I will take this out and show you the video. So that's another evidence of money that was being paid by Firestone to a rebel leader to kill Liberian, to destroy Liberia, okay? While they protect the Firestone in order to continue with the rubber plantation in America, right? Okay, let's see this video here. From our article we read, let's see this video for clear interpretation.
It had been a year and a half since Taylor took over the plantation. Firestone was losing money, and it was worried about reports that the plantation was being ransacked. The board of directors sat down to discuss its options.
We assumed they were making their own arrangements. They wanted to stay in business, and they would do whatever is necessary to stay in business.
They were prepared to do Taylor's bidding. If Taylor says, I'm president, I'm at least de facto president, then they said, well, we see the de facto president and we do business with that president.
The easy answer for Firestone, in my opinion, would have been to just say, we're out of here. It's risky, it's scary, economically it doesn't make any sense. So we're just gonna shut it down and walk away. But if you felt a sense of responsibility to Liberia, and most importantly, to the workers, people you work with for years, it had no other choice. The decision was to stay.
They had a choice. They had a choice. I don't understand this notion of not having choice over the corpses of Liberians. What is that supposed to mean? Choice to become a launch pad to rain war on Liberians? I don't accept it.
It's about making money. It's not about the people who help to create the wealth. It's not about the country. It's profit, profit, and profit.
On December 17th, 1991, the board agreed to make a deal with Taylor. It was a pivotal moment for the company. In exchange for being able to return to operations, Firestone would make a significant capital investment to restore the plantation. The company would agree to use a shipping port under Taylor's command. Taylor would reciprocate by offering security for the managers at the plantation. The documents also showed that the deal would ultimately include, quote, tax payments. In careful columns and rows, internal company records show a schedule of tax payments, including income taxes, Social Security payments, and rent, equipment, and rice, valued at $2.3 million.
I had not seen this, and it's kind of amazing that it is so broken down by columns. And who the hell are the pension beneficiaries? It's amazing, isn't it?
You know, until now I hadn't seen this. But with this, I can say very clearly that Firestone was in complicity. And I wish our government today would raise this issue with Firestone. I think the Liberian people deserve some explanation to these types of transactions. I think so.
We presented the documents to the current president of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
This is one document that has not been brought to my attention, although you do hear rumors that Firestone paid taxes, to the Taylor.
Now, what she's saying here, right? She lied. She lied. It was not a rumor. She knew. But again, she was also protecting the Firestone in America, because this was a same woman, this lady, in the 80s. All right? In the 80s, the 90s. This was the same lady that went from Congress to Congress to wage war on Liberia. This was the same lady that went around from Congress to Congress, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, to wage war on Liberia. This lady here. So she knew. So she was part of the destruction, or she's part of the destruction of Liberia, along with Washington, D.C. So do you think she's going to come against Washington, D.C., or do you think she's going to come against Firestone? She will not, because if she do, Firestone going to come against her. Washington, D.C. going to come against her. So she pretended that I know nothing about it, but okay, you did not know, but you were president, and they still brought it to your desk. It is this current government, Josh Manuel Weah, who have taken action, who took action to ban the latex, to ban rubber from coming to America. And he said, until good policy is put in place, there will be no raw material of rubber to come to America. And what happened? Washington, D.C. hated him for that. Firestone hated him for that. So there's one more sitting here who, alongside with Firestone and Washington, D.C., fought to carry war in Liberia, to fight America, France, and Great Britain war. And she's sitting here saying she did not know about what went on. Ellen Johnson said, what will go on in Liberia and you don't know? There is nothing that will go on in Liberia this lady will not know. Because they are in this current time, okay, the controller of Liberia. So what will happen in Liberia, she don't know. They control everything. They control the system. They control the system. What will go on in Liberia, and she says she does not know, and she didn't know. No, she knew, but she will never come against Firestone. She spent 12 years in power. She didn't know, but they gave it to her. And she did nothing. But the man who came and spent 6 years, he was the one that banned raw material or rubber from coming to America. He said until good policy is put in place. And some of those policies, either Liberia manufacture into finished product in Liberia that will provide job for our people, and then America can buy the finished product. They did not like his government. So she lied. She knew.
Government and whatnot, but at this stage, quite frankly, we don't know, and sometimes we don't even want to know. We just want to proceed.
Did you hear that? Sometimes we don't want to know. We just want to proceed. Then why? That made this clear. Why a native man was in power, and the slave Monday came to their colonial master to go against the native man, and the colonial master worked against the native man. Why the slave Monday came to the colonial master and said, let's put sanction on the native man, and the slave put sanction, the slave master put sanction on the native man. Why couldn't the slave master say, let's just move on? Matter of fact, let me show that video. Everything we say here, we got evidence to it. I'm going to show that video where the slave came to their colonial master. I'm going to show that video. All right, let's show that video right now, okay? I'm going to show that video right now. Hopefully I see it. Hold on, let me see here. Okay, it's right here. Let me show that video right now. So, these are the slave Monday, okay? Under a native man rule, the slave-minded people came to their slave master, all right, to ask their slave master not to help Liberia, not to partner with Liberia. The slave came to their slave master. Watch.
Like taxpayer, but immigrants, we are Americans, like taxpayer, but I am from that generation who was strongly affected. We are from that generation. And we are praying and hoping that this resolution, we're asking all of America. We don't want for America to immigrants, we are Americans.
Now, I'm going to take my time because it's playing so fast and it's short, right? Because we just took certain part, right? I'm going to take my time to explain it as you are listening to it, but I'm going to take my time bit by bit. So in there, right, she said, we are immigrant, we are American, right? Not only that, she also said, the people that was taken from here, that's what she's trying to say. The people that was taken from here that went to Liberia, they are descendant of those people. Hey, look, you see how sad it is? They are descendant of those people. So if they are descendant of those people, therefore they are American. She's saying, even though they came from Liberia as immigrants who came to America, but history says that their descendant that was taken from here, that went to Liberia, they were American. So therefore, they are not just immigrant, but they are also American because their descendants were American who left from here, who they took, that went to Liberia. So that's what she's trying to say in here. Okay? Even though we came here as American, but our descendants who left from here, they were American who went to Africa, who went to Liberia. And now we are descendants of those people. So henceforth, we are also American, even though we came here as immigrants, but we are also American. So based on that, we are asking the American government not to support Liberia with our taxpayer money. Folks, do you see what's going on there? Now, did you see in our report of Janet Yellen, the United States Treasurer, how they went in session and they said, the government is not giving opposition to do this, to do that? You saw it in a report, right? Now, these are the people that the American government work with. That's what the American government said. We have reasons to believe, because the reason is these so-called slave manda people who are still thinking like slave, they came to America, so America still have reasons to believe that, you know what, the slave that we took, the rebellious slave we took from here, that went to Liberia, that worked to settle the colony, that worked to protect the colony against the native. Their descendants are still there, so we have reasons. So it is our colony they protected. In fact, it was through them that we have a colony. It was through them that they oppressed the native. It was through them that we used to oppress the native. It was through them that we used to make the native to work on plantation. So we still have reasons to believe in what they come and tell us. Do you see what's going on here? We have evidence of everything we say here. This is not opinion. Everything we say, we have evidence. So that's why we are saying the problem of Liberia is a miracle. America is not truthful enough.
Immigrants, we are Americans, my taxpayer, but I am from that generation who were.
You heard it? We are immigrant, we are American, but I am from that generation. You heard it, right? You heard it. But even though I'm immigrant, I'm American. Because I am from that generation. You heard it.
Strongly affected. I am from that generation who were strongly affected. We are from that generation. And we are praying and hoping that this resolution, we're asking all of America. We don't want for the American taxpayer to continue to support our country. Immigrants, we are Americans, my taxpayer, but I am from that generation who were strongly affected. We are from that generation. And we are praying and hoping that this resolution, we're asking all of America. We don't want for the American taxpayer to continue to support our country.
All right. So you see it, right? You heard it. So that's the division. And do you know where this division came from? Come on, man. Hold on. Do you know where the division came from? All right. We talked about that already, but I still have evidence. I'm still going to bring another one. So the division with among Liberian today, where certain people still see themselves as group of elite, where they don't want to see the native in power, it derived from somewhere, and we talk about it. It was because what America instilled in them. These people were not Pan-Africanists. Because at that time, even when the time of the ACS, there was Pan-Africanists who were already taking people on the African continent. And these people did not colonize anybody. These people did not torture anybody. But the people that America took specifically, they were not Pan-Africanists, and they were not free slaves. They were rebellious slaves that America still used to manipulate. Because they were not people that could produce to the American economy. That's why in this current generation, because America cannot take anybody they call a rebellious slave, but if they see that you are trying to the American economy, they are not benefiting, you are making too much noise, you are educating your people, what do they say? If you don't like it here, go back to where you are coming from. In the past, in the 1800s, that's why exactly they did to these people who rise up. So they used them to create a colony. They were not free people. So you see what they did here. And she stood in that era. And she was, by the way, this is Washington, D.C. She stood in Washington, D.C. in an office of a congressman, bold, and telling this person, even though we are immigrants, but our forefather came from here. And we are descendant. You heard it. We are descendant of those people. So that also means we are American. So we have come to tell you that do not support Liberia. But guess what? Now, no, I mean, typically, another man is in power as a native man, but he's a prophet. They are using him, right? But let's just say typically, because he's not the one going to be ruling. We all know that. All right? But typically, we can say there's no native man in power now. Okay? Now, they are now coming to Washington, D.C. to ask Washington, D.C. to support Liberia, to support their government. Do you see that? Do you see how the country is divided? But all these things derive from somewhere. Because, matter of fact, I'm talking too much. Let's continue. Let me pull something out. Let me pull something out so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. All right? All right. The United States foreign policy, right? The United States foreign policy and the second Liberian Civil War. So we are not going to read the whole thing because these are PDF 5, okay? These are PDF 5. So we are just going to read some summary and okay, that's what we're going to do. So let's see here first. All right. So we're going to go to page 123 because I just want you to see some things, okay? We're going to go to one page. So the United States foreign policy, right? So let's see something here. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to the introduction. So see some things here, right? So it's an introduction. Let's see here. For almost 4 years, the United States demonstrated, not challenge, right? Now, NONCHALANC, not challenge, right? It just means neglect, neglect, unemotional, they don't care, all right? For there's a nation I believe in human rights, and they saw Liberians dying in numbers, right? And they did not care. They have no, how they call it, emotion. They were all emotional. They did not care. That's what I mean here, right? Now, in its foreign policy, because of the United States foreign policy, right, they did not care. All right, listen to this. In its foreign policy behavior towards the second Liberian Civil War, Sarah Factor accounted for this. Listen to this, though. Sarah Factor accounted for this. What was our reasons why they did not care? They sat and watched Liberia killing one another. Now, folks, for all we already know, last time I told you guys the war in Liberia was fought between America, France, and Great Britain, right? Listen to this. Listen here, and you're gonna see some evidence again today. But see the first reason why they said America did not care. They were unemotional to see Liberian people dying, and they supported the war in Liberia. Look at the first reason. Number one, first, with the end of the Cold War, Liberia was no longer a strategic importance. Now, the reason why they say at the end of the Cold War, Liberia was no longer a strategic importance. They just put this here. The reason why they said that, because at the end of this Cold War, right, that's the time, all right, that's the time they brought in J.J. Robert, because J.J. Robert had worked with Thomas Buchanan, the second governor. So J.J. Robert was not just put there. No, folks, let us do our research good, okay? J.J. Robert, he came from the blank side. No, J.J. Robert has worked with Thomas Buchanan. So he knew everything about, okay, this whole thing about the colony was about America. So when Thomas Buchanan died, they put J.J. Robert in. So during this time period, they did not appoint a white governor. They appointed a black governor, which was J.J. Robert. Because when Judy Ashman died, he was white governor. Then what they said, they took free slave. No, but they took free slave, but they still became governor. They still ruled as free slave there. And it's so bad for me, in contemporary Liberia or Africa, we still have these people who they say they are the descendant of the people that went there, okay, who still support such attitude, folks? They say they took you to Liberia because you are free. Then how can they take you there? Then white men go and govern you, white men go and rule you, and then they say you are free. Then when the first man, Judy Ashmore, died, they brought a second governor, Washington, D.C., appointed a second governor, which was Chumon Bichana, hereditary to James Maroon. Now, when he was in power as a governor, J.J. Robert, who became the first president in 1847, was also working at that time with Thomas Buchanan before 1847. So when Thomas Buchanan died, that was around the Cold War now, America couldn't afford to send another governor. Because imagine the two governors that came, they died in a very short period of time. When you do the research, you see the time Thomas Judy Ashmore served for, he was a young man. The time he served for, he died. Because of the climatic condition or weather condition in Liberia, he died. And then when they sent Thomas, how they call it, Thomas Buchanan, he was a young man too. Check the distance in between the interval. It never took long, he died. So at that time, they could not afford to send another white man. In fact, at that time, another white man was just scared to come because they were coming to die. Because the two people just died in a short-term period. Okay? So now, what America did, she used another black man who had worked previously with Thomas Buchanan, because who became the first president, J.J. Robert, because J.J. Robert already knew that Liberia was a colony working for America. So they could not put different person there at that time. So they took J.J. Robert and put him there. He was a third governor. Judy Ashmore, first governor. Thomas Buchanan, second governor. All two white. And then when they died, when Thomas Buchanan died, the third governor was J.J. Robert. J.J. Robert became governor before president. So during that time period, World War II, that's what they are talking about. So they put J.J. Robert there. Okay? Now, that's the first one. The second one, right? The second reason that they said, second reason, given that hostile relation between the United States. So now you see what the war in Liberia, right? You understand now? Anyway, we said this before. Okay? Given the hostile relation between the United States and Liberia during the Taylor regime. Now you see here, people will sit down and come and say, oh, America took Taylor to the Hague because the Crown committed this, that, and it happened. You know what? It gave you a reason not to know the actual story of what happened in Liberia. Somehow we know, but most of you that don't have access, okay, to internet, to information, right? You will not know. You will only go with a white watch. Because what we do, we go deep and read. And for some of us, right, I'm not boasting, but because we have done a lot of research, our information are in various databases. So it just come to us. So that's how I don't have to even do intensive research. Information come to me. That's how systems are set up now. Okay? Because we have opportunity to different database. So the information just come to our email, just come. You see it? So because America have lots of interest, not supported by Taylor, they went against Taylor. So you see the second reason again. Given the hostile relation between the United States and Liberia during the Taylor regime. And it make it seem that Taylor was the bad man, right? Now, they said Washington therefore saw the insurgency launched by the Liberian United for Reconciliation and Democracy law. You see it? So America went and worked with the law group. And this was another rebel group. All right. So now you see, right? And again, a lot of reason here. But for time's sake, let's go to page 135. All right, let's go to page 135. Page 135. Okay, yeah, page 135 here, right? All right, now let's read page 135 here. Okay, now the study uses the stabilization support model. Let me see what other reply I wanted to read. Okay, now the second Liberian Civil War, the second study will assess the impact of the American engagement in the war. You understand? All right, the impact of the American engagement in the war. You see, now the third article will prompt the state of U.S.-Liberia relation in the post-Taylor era. You understand all of these things? Fourth, it will suggest ways for rethinking U.S.-Liberia relation as a strategic. All right. I hope you saw that. So we'll take this out. It's a long article. I'm not going to read it, but I just gave it a hint, right, to see how the U.S. been working. These are all articles, like intensive articles that come to me. All right, but I just read like the introduction and certain things, and then you see the involvement of the U.S. These are not whitewash articles. All right, these are not like 2 page, 1 page, or 2 pages, 3 pages article that will be whitewash, right? These are not just something that you just go Google and just can't prove. Okay, these are articles that are hailing, but like I said, we have our information in various database, so they come to us because our emails are there already. It just comes to our email. So you see how the United States have been working. It is not about Liberian people. It is not about human rights. America do not care about Liberia. They do not care about Liberian. They do not care about human rights. Look at Africa Oldest Republic. Let's just take it that way. Africa Oldest Republic since 1847. Look at the country. Look at the country. Where have their resources gone? America been looting it. But this is what we're going to tell America. This generation, let me show you a video. What we're going to do to America. Let me show you the video. Here's what we're going to do to America. This is what we're going to do to America. Right here. We don't care. This is what exactly we're going to do to America. We're going to challenge America. And hold on. We don't care.
Respect the sovereignty of a people. Credit to Libya. We did not respect the sovereignty of a people, and that is a mistake.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging it. If you recognize that, you will see that what is happening in the Sahel is only the consequences of this intervention. So, you are in the Sahel to correct the mistake you made in Libya. And in correcting these mistakes, you are committing other mistakes, Mr. President.
Oh, Macron, that must have hurt. Welcome to Tunacheki's Africa React. I'm your host, Mikey Mushi, and this is the show where we go online and react to viral videos that concern the African continent. Before we start, please make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It's the best way to show YouTube this is a great video, and it will recommend it to more like-minded people like you. So today's video, we are going to react to Macron. So we will watch the video and we will see his outrageous reaction, his tantrum, okay? So let's get started.
Credit to Libya. We did not respect the sovereignty of a people, and that is a mistake.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging it. If you recognize that, you will see that what is happening in the Sahel is only the consequences of this intervention. So, you are in the Sahel to correct the mistake you made in Libya. And in correcting these mistakes, you are committing other mistakes, Mr. President. I remind you that foreign military intervention has never solved a problem. Look at Libya today, look at Afghanistan today. So, military intervention will not fix things. I don't want my country to be like Libya. Take responsibility and especially stop saying that we are here to help you. No, you are not here to help us. We are together, we have a common enemy, and we fight together. Finally, the recent tension between you and the Malian authorities in the past few days is just shameful because it is a shame. You have the same enemy. The enemy is growing, taking children in his grasp. So stop it. Stop these paternalistic speeches saying that we will help you. No, we don't need help. We need cooperation, we need partnership, and we are connected by history, but we are connected by the people. We are born from challenges.
Oh, Macron, that must have hurt.
All right. So, in our fight against America, this new generation, we are not going to back down. This is how we're going to fight. We're going to fight with history. We're going to question America with history. America can sanction us. They can freeze those who are in position of power, right? They should be stupid and dumb enough to take their assets and come and save in America or come and do any development in America here. Don't be dumb enough. Have you not studied how the colonialists work? But this is how we're going to come against America. We are not going to back down. We're going to challenge America with truth and evidence. We will fight America. And they should not think that this government coming in, they're coming to rat on this government to loot our resources. They should not think that they're coming to rat on this government. Other foreign people that we have partnered with, that we are benefiting, that somehow the nation is benefiting from. America shouldn't think that they're going to use their puppet government coming in to take away those institutions. It's going to be a different ballgame. America should not think about it because they already brought the so-called president-elect in 2 weeks, intensive meeting, training, conversation they already have with him of what to do. It's all going to be cost 90, COS 90. If you put COS on the calculator and you put in 90, it's going to give you 0. So it's all cost 90, which means 0. It's not going to work. As long, America, you can do what you want to do. As long it is not in our interest, as long it's not going to benefit our nation. Look, Liberia is bigger than America when it comes to the interest of Liberia. Liberia is bigger than America when it comes to the interest, when it comes to the policy, when it comes to the people, when it comes to our resources. Liberia is bigger than America. Liberia is on the continent of Africa, on the west coast to be specific. And America is in North America, far away, 2 different continents. So Liberia is bigger is bigger than America when it comes to Liberia interests. Liberia is important than America when it comes to Liberia interests. I repeat, Liberia is bigger and important, mostly important than America when it comes to Liberia interests. So we don't care what you do with this government. We are not going to relent. We are not going to back down. This government should not do anything to say, because I listened to his speech after 2 weeks of intensive, hearing a general conversation with Washington, D.C. He came out yesterday. I listened. Now he came out in Rhode Island. I listened to what he said in his speech. We should try to remember the history of this country. I mean, Liberia. We know the history. And that history, for each time we try to rise up as a nation, as a people, America come against us. That's the history we know. And that's the history that have worked against us. And is still working against us. And we will not back down. This is how we're going to treat America. Like the way France, that little girl in a nation in Africa that speak French, that speak the white man language. We're going to speak American language to tell America what she have done. And we will speak our language or our languages to speak to our native people, and they will better understand. Now we are looking down on them, but there are some words that they don't understand. We have to speak it in our local dialects. So we want to speak our local dialect and tell them America have been the problem to our situation, to our struggle. America is the cause that Liberia is poor, that Liberians are poor, that our resources have been looted. America have been America have been a cause. We will speak our local dialect, our languages to communicate to our people, and they will better understand than to speak the white man language. We will communicate with our people in a way that they will understand in a second. Then to speak a language that it will take them a long time to understand. Let's look at this history here. Okay? Let's look at the history. Like I said, we don't come with opinion. This is their history, right? But we will interpret their history because we're going to let them know that what they write is all whitewash. We know it, and we will rewrite it for them as we explain to our people. This here is from them exactly. Office of the Historian. It's a Department of State, United States of America, right? Oh, yes, they wrote this. Okay, I love this. So it's a founding of Liberia, 1847. Right? Now, let's continue here. Folks, let's continue here. The systemic oppression of America against us. We will not back down. We will not back down. We were fixing them. If the one, we were facing them with pen and paper. We are ready to sit and debate. Me actually challenge anytime. I'm ready to sit. What are some of the so-called house Negro? I'm ready to sit with them and debate, and they will not come. They will not come. Because they know the man that is speaking. They know the boy that is speaking. They will not come. I dare any of the so-called one who think like a slave to come and tell me about Liberia. Let them come and sit with me to debate. I want it. Let them come and sit to debate with me. Because I know I got a spirit of Malcolm X in me. I got a spirit of Nkrumah. I got a spirit of Sankara. I got a spirit of Lumumba. I got a spirit of Amilcar Cabral. Let them come. They speak and communicate to me. So I can challenge them when it comes to the Liberian history. No white watching in his brain here. Even the American government, they will not come. They were never coming. They said they come and sit with me on a table to talk. Not that they think that, oh, he's just a little boy. They know what I know. They will never do it. They know they will be defeated. And anybody, these colonialists, this colonial master, When they see knowledge and they know that if they sit on the table to challenge, they know they will be defeated. If they know they will be defeated, if they know that that person know the truth, they will never sit on the table because their people will be defeated and they don't want for the world to see it. Actually, the challenge out there anytime. Any Liberian historian who still think like slave, who want to challenge me, I dare them come and sit on the table with me to debate. We started doing this thing from where Ghana. From where Ghana, we started doing this. Let's continue here. The founding of Liberia, they themselves wrote this, right? But let's see here. Let's see the lies in here. All right. The founding of Liberia in the earlier 1800s was motivated by the domestic policy of slavery and race. Now, you guys understand here, right? They wrote this. First of all, this is with them. They came out with this, right? Now, it is so disheartening. You will see some stupid and dumb, sorry to say this, but sometimes we have to call some of these words. You will see some dumb and stupid Liberian will sit down and say Liberia was not a colony. America did not colonize Liberia. But this is a history on their own website with their own signature, with their own logo, right? Telling you how and why Liberia was funded. The founding of Liberia in the early 1800s was motivated by why? They are telling you it was never motivated to take free slaves from here to Liberia to make Liberia a home for free slaves to go and settle there. That's not what it was funded for. That's what they are trying to tell you here. What was the motivated? What was the motivation behind the rebellion slave going to Africa to their Liberia? What was the motivation? Now, look right here. It was motivated by domestic politics. Domestic politics of slavery and race in the United States as well as by the U.S. foreign policy interest. You understand that? So now you see why the United States keep fighting Liberia, as well as by the United States foreign policy interest. And that foreign policy was to form a colony, just like all the other colonizers that was already in Africa at that time. And it is that foreign policy interest that is still affecting Liberian. It is not about Liberian people. They don't care how you feel. It's about their foreign policy. It's about how they can dominate. It's about how they can loot their resources. It is about them and their descendants, not you. If they can use a small few Negro, the host Negro, let's say, they will keep using them. Because the host Negro see the power belongs to them in Liberia. When they are out of power, they do not want to work alongside with the native man. And we're going to see the reason where it came from in this article. They wrote it, right? Let's continue here. In the 1816, a group of white Americans, they did not say black people, a group of white American funded the American Colonization Society to do what? To go colonize a place. That's what they call it, colonization. To do what? To go and have a colony, C-O-L-O-N-Y. You see it? In the 1816, a group of white men founded the American Colonization Society, ACS, to deal with the problem. What kind of problem? The problem slave. That's what they call them, the rebellion slave. Do your history, folks. How you going to call these people free? And then you call them problematic people, problematic slave, to deal with the problem of the growing number of free black men in that America by resettling them in Africa. to deal with problem slave. They were not free slave. They called them the rebellion slave. If you read 2 centuries of U.S. military occupation in Liberia, if you read our book from 1820 to 2015, in our book, you will see they call them rebellion slave. And in here, in this, they call them problem slave. So this is Joseph Jenkins Rabo here. As you see here, this is Joseph Jenkins Rabo, the second governor and the first president in 1847. This is Joseph Jenkins Rabo. After Judy Ashmore died, they sent Thomas Jefferson, not Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Buchanan. And then there's Joseph Jenkins Rabo worked on Thomas Buchanan. And when Thomas Buchanan died, they made Joseph Jenkins Rabo the third governor. And when America saw to it that he worked in the interest of America to protect America's colony, they chose him to be the first president. Now, you see it, right? Now, the resettling states of Liberia will become the second after Haiti Black Republic in the war at that time. Now, if you read 2 centuries of U.S. military occupation in Liberia, if you read that book, right, it will tell you the reason why the problem slave, in here they call it problem slave, but in our book they call it rebellion slave. The reason why they settled in Africa. Now, it will tell you it also derived from the rebellion in Haiti. What you see here, from the rebellion in Haiti, right? It will tell you it derived from there when they rebelled against James Monroe in Virginia. Let's continue here. So this is Joseph Jenkins Rabo, right? So let's come down a bit here. Let's come down a bit here. All right. Now, let's read here, right? So, you see the whitewash, they always whitewash the history, right? So, in here, they contradicted themselves. How did I know? Because, like I said, when it comes to the history of Liberia, in my sleep, I will stay, you wake me in my sleep, I will still answer you. Let's read this. In the year 1818, the society sent 2 representatives to West Africa to find a suitable location for the colony. Now, those of you who believe Liberia was not a colony, this is the United States sign right here, right? And this is what it said in their writing, to find a colony, right? In the year 1818, the society sent 2 representatives to West Africa to find a suitable location for the colony. Now, during this time, first of all, the United States government was spearheading it. But before 1818, the United States Congress was already seated in Congress looking for a place to send these rebellion slaves. And Africa was the last option. And they decided to send it to Africa. And at that time, they also had individual people who had slave entrepreneurs. And their slaves were also problem to them. So they also collaborated with Washington, D.C., the government. And that's how they came out with the American Colonization Society, this group of white people. Both Congress, right? Lawmakers, private entrepreneur, and the churches called the Quaker. That's how they came out of the ACS. Now, this time around, some of the slave representatives also went. And the United States government also sent representatives. So they were not going as government, but as ACS, because there were 3 components of group of people in there. Now let's continue. So we can understand before you say, oh, it was just the ACS. No. Okay? Let's go ahead here. And the reason why they named it the ACS, the churches and the Quaker, that's the churches who are the Quaker and the private entrepreneur, they said they have to come up with a name because the United States government cannot spearhead it, cannot control it. Because if they control it, when they find a colony, it will be under America. That means the churches or the Quaker or the private entrepreneur, they won't have access. Whatsoever resources or income, it will be going to Washington, D.C. Let's continue here. We know all of this because we have read it from different sources, right? Let's continue. Now, in 1818, the society sent 2 representatives to West Africa to find a suitable location for the colony. But they were unable to persuade local tribe leader to sell any territory. Now, folks, how can people are still dumb and dummy to believe that people purchase land in Liberia and give it to America when our people refuse? They traditionally refuse and they say, no, we're not selling land. This is them speaking here. This is not written, it was not written by another black man. This is them, right? Now, I'm bringing out the point. I want you to understand here. So be with me. So they say, according to them, they say it was not written by another white black man, all right, or a king or black queen. No. They said it went there, but it was hard for them to get land. Why? Because the traditional people, the kings, the queen, the local tribes leader refused to sell land to them. There was no land sold to them. There was no land purchased by Americans, by these settlers. In 1820s, so in 1818, right, the first group of people went, and the traditional people said, no, the king said, no, we're not selling land. You brought our people, we will integrate them, leave them and go. But that was not the mission. The mission was to find a colony. So during this time in the first place, our people fought back. It was not just negotiation about, hey, get our land. No. Our people also fought back. And at that time, they did not go with military. They did not go with weapon. So they couldn't defeat our people. You understand the history? You understand history here, right? Let's continue here. You will see what I'm talking about. Let's continue. So in 1820, after 1818, the first group of people went. They never carry a weapon, right? They couldn't overcome our people. They came back. And they told Washington, D.C. Why would they want to come by when the ACS already there? So understand here, this was not ACS. ACS was just used. But Washington, D.C. backed them. So that's how today, Washington, D.C. is still backing these people. Understand the history here now. That's how today, Washington, D.C. is still backing these people that say our forefather came from here. They went to Liberia. Even though we came back from Liberia, we came here as immigrants. But because our forefathers were citizens, they were not Liberian. Even though we were born in Liberia, but we are descendants of those people. That means we are also American. You watch the video. That's what they say in the video. Right? So America is still using her systemic power. Be with me now. Come with me now. Listen to me now. So 1818 they failed. Now, 1820, after 2 years, right? 88 free black settlers, rebellion slave, and 3 society members. Who were these 3 society members? Like I said, it was 3 group of people, right? One representing the government, Washington, D.C. One representing the churches, the Quaker, and the other representing the private entrepreneur who are also slaveholder. So 3. Oh man, do you see what is going on here now, right? So these are 3 group of people that came together that made an ACS. And these are 3 people, and 3 of them sent representative. The government sent representative, the churches sent representative, and the private entrepreneur sent representative. So that's what made them 3 society members. So in 1820, 88 free black men, 88 problematic slaves, and 3 society members sailed for Sierra Leone. Before departing, they had signed a constitution requiring that an agent of the society administer the settlement on a U.S. law. How can you tell us Liberia was never a colony? And in the first place, in 1847, when Josiah Jenkins Robert became president, the man that wrote the Constitution of Liberia was a Harvard Law School graduate called Simon Greenleaf, a white man. How can an African nation gaining independence and her constitution is written by the colonizer in the middle of the constitution of the colonial nation? How can that be? Did you see that? Did you see that? So, they say Liberia was not a colony. You see it? But before they left, these 3 representatives, so they said they took the free black slave in court to Liberia, to their homeland to be free. But then how can you sign a law that the settlement will be governed under United States Constitution? Is that freedom? All right, let's continue. So that's why America still thinks Liberia is for her. That's why America is still fighting the native people when the native people rise. That's why made a sanction against these people is colonially motivated, because when the native people, so to speak, America can sanction. If America sanction anybody who is not of native, now somebody may say I'm bringing division. This is not division. This is history. That's why in a video that I show, the lady stood up there and said, we are descendants of the people that left from here. And that made us citizens of America. And she said, so because we are descendants of the people that left from here, and that make us citizens, we are asking the United States government not to support Liberia. You saw it in the video. And America have never taken action against any other people, any other group of people like that. Who think like that? Who does things like that? Who behave like that? America have never taken action against them. America have only taken action against people who want to see Liberia move forward to become self-determined and self-sufficient, and not to depend on America. Those are the people America go against. That's what make America sanction colonially motivated. We know history. So let's continue. They found settlers. They found shelter on Shabra Island off the west coast of Africa. But many died from malaria in 1821. A U.S. Navy vessel resumed to search for a place. Now, you see what happened here. Why did the U.S. send the navies? Because all the people that have been going, the native people, the local tribe, the kings and queens, deny them. We are not giving any land to white men to settle. You brought these people, you brought our brothers and sisters, leave them and go. We do not want any white men here. We do not want any white settlers here. Go. So then what happened? The United States sent the Navy. The United States sent the Navy. Just how systematically, and today, contemporary Liberia, the United States is still sending her power in any way to sanction, to silence the native people, to silence the descendants of the native, to the descendant of those kings and queens that stood up and said, we do not want white settlers. We do not want white influence. We do not want white people here. The descendant of those people are still standing up. And America is still against those people. They wrote it here. I'm just reading and explaining history. In 1821, a U.S. Navy vessel resumed after every negotiation had tried. Now the U.S. used her army to go wage war on the natives. She used her U.S. Navy vessel, resumed the search for a place for permanent settlement. Did you see that? They did not buy any land. They did not buy any land. Did you see what's going on here? They wrote this, right? So after a research, they went in. They see what they did to North America here, kill the people, drove the people out of this land, use their army, fought them, and settled there. That's what they did in Liberia. That's why the law of Liberia is exactly the law of the United States Constitution, even the pledge. So you see it. So America now uses her Navy vessel, her army. This is not ACS now. So you see how the ACS was nothing. The American government. So they moved in to find a place. So in 1821, a U.S. Navy vessel resumed the search for a place for permanent. So they said, you know what? This time around, we will use our army. That we see, and a local man stand in front of her. So they use the army to find a permanent, and then to find a permanent place or settlement in which now today Liberia. That's why the United States think Liberia is a place. It's for her. It's not for us. Native man, you got no right. You have no power. You are in our land. They discover you because every place the white man go, the white man discover even the sin. The sin that is there, they discover it. The tree that have grew up there for centuries, they discover it. The farming land that have been cultivated by the people, they discover those land. They discover the people who have lived in our land for centuries, for years, who have inhabited that place, cultivated that place, lived in our place. They discover them. So you see here, those of you foolish, lazy Liberian will sit down and support this nation against Liberia. Oh, Liberia did not call America did not call Liberia. Liberia was the only country that was not called. You are still a colony. You are still a colony. Let's continue here. Once again, the local leader resisted. This is a writing. So they are telling you what happened. Once again, the local leader resisted, even though with the ship, with their navy, with their army. So they carry their navy vessel, right, to intimidate. Are we not seeing it today? They carry their UN vessel, their warship, to intimidate the native people, to intimidate the kings and the queen, to intimidate the tribes. Intimidation. That's what they are doing today. Carry on intimidation tactics. To silence people not to speak. That's what they are still doing today. So once again, the local leader resisted American attempt to purchase land. They're not even to purchase land. The leaders, the local leader, who are resist to purchase land. You want to buy land? I said no. What is the resistance in there? They resisted because these people wanted to take the land forcibly from the people. They resisted because they wanted to drive the people from the land. If you came to do business with me, you say you brought out your capital, and I say I don't want your capital. I am not selling. Is that resisting? English is not our language, but we understand it. There's no resistance in there. How will you say I'm resisting when I refuse to sell you my land? When I refuse to sell you my business, I don't want to. That's not resisting. I can resist If you want to take it by force, then that is resisting. And because you wanted to take the land by force, the people resisted. Simple English. We know the subject and verb agreement. Let's continue here. Once again, the local leader resisted American attempt to steal the land, to harass them. This time, the Navy officer in charge, you see here, just how they are using their section, they are using air power. That's what they did in the past, and they still doing it. So they are just sophisticated now in what they are doing, but it's the same thing. So they wrote this. It was never written by any African or any Liberian or any native man. This is their own writing. So they said this time, after the people did not fall by their intimidation, they continue resisting. Right? This time, the Navy officer in charge, Lieutenant Robert Stockton, conceived a local ruler to sell a strip of land to the society. So you see that after the people resisted, the people never sold land to them. They put the people on a goal point. You will see that in another book, in another research. Robert Stockton, being a military Navy man, that's why they say him. Because all the other people that went, they were not military men. They all came back. So they said Robert Stockton as the last option. Go and kill those foolish people. Go and kill those Negro. Go and kill those nigger. Go and kill those lions. Go and kill those monkey. And Robert Stockton came. And he put the king at that time in different book. The king name was King Zola Duma. Robert Stockton put the king on a goal point, King Zola Duma. And that's how they overcome the people. They took the land. And that's how they move in. That's how the people fall back and they move in. So now, look what I said here, right? Now you will agree with me still what I'm saying. Listen to this. You will still agree with what I'm saying. The people never sold land to them. They put the man on a gunpoint, King Zola Duma, but his name is not here. But his real name, the real king name was King Zola Duma. So they put him on a gunpoint and they took the land, they drove the people. Now, the Shelby Island group moved to the new location, and the other black from the United States joined them. Listen to this now. The local tribes. So, how are we going to sell land to you, right? According to what they said. How the people will sell land? How are you going to sell land to the people? How are you going to sell your business? And then you still go after them. So now, according to them, in their writing, how dumb and stupid they have to go write this in here, right? The local tribes continuously attack the new colony. And in 1824, the settlers built fortification for protection. So now, you see where the division came from. So the people they took back home, the rebellious slave or the problematic slave, that the king, the local tribe they made there, wanted to integrate them. But that was not a plan, because the plan was to use these people to create a colony, right? So, even as they lie and say the people sold land to them, how will the people sell land to you and they start attacking you for the land? Does it make sense? How will they sell land to you? How will they make business with you? Then they come and start attacking you. If you never took the play by force, if you never put the people on a gunpoint, if you never start shooting them and they run away and you settle them. So when the people were a real group and they came, they start fighting them. So then, until 1824, at that time, America have already trained. They have already had more men. Because around this time, a lot of slave trade have been abolished. So all people were still carrying slaves. So before the time now, 1824, America was, they were using the Navy, the seaport, right? So they were catching slaves, people who were taking slaves, individual people who were still taking slaves. So they took them and brought them in Liberia. So when they brought them, they also integrated them to go against the native, to go against their own brothers and sisters. Because the people, the rebellious slaves they brought from America, they were already being trained. But the people they took from the along the sea, that other private entrepreneurs were traveling with them, they were also African, they took from various parts. So they were not yet indoctrinated like the people they took from America and carried to Liberia. So what happened is separated those people from the native, and they separated them from the people they took from America to Liberia or to Africa. So the separation was based on monks to train them, to indoctrinate them into thinking like the people they brought from America here, not the people they met in Africa or in Liberia. So during that time, some of the people that they were trying to indoctrinate, right, they did not agree. Some of them died and some of them fled. They went to Sierra Leone and they beat some of them, they killed some of them. And the people who agree, they did not want to die or to go to Sierra Leone, okay, or they never had the means to walk by means because they were still afraid that, going to Sierra Leone, these people might catch me, right? But some people flee or they fled. So the other people, rest of the people that left there, they went through the indoctrination and then they left there and joined the people that the rebellion slaves they took from here to Liberia. But yet they stay. The political range was different. So the people they took from America here, they were the high-class elite. And then the people they took from like Africa, they trained them, they were under the high-class elite. Okay? And then while the native people were at the bottom. So that's how classism started, division started. Okay? So let's continue here. So the division you see today that's still going in Liberia, it was created by the United States, by America. Because division is profit. Division is profit. It profit them. Just how proxy war is profit, that's how all these things profit them. Division. Because it makes you not to focus on national unity. And that is what's going on. Because the people who think that they have Liberia, they are the elite, they do not want to leave power. They do not want to work with the native men. Always. They don't want to do it. And because of that, division is there. So when the native men come there, the slave man there come to their slave master and they work together, boom. So you see, so in 1824 now, they fortified, so they have more men. Because the people they took from America, they were not many. And then the people they took from in Africa, like on the sea, they put them together, they trained them, they indoctrinated them. Those that could be indoctrinated, they indoctrinated them. Then they trained them militarily. So they gave them ammunition, boom. You start going against the native people. That's how they won the native people. That's how for 130, 40 years, they ruled that country. So let's continue here. So they formed a fortification, right? So this fortification they formed there, it was now part of the native. They now trained the native people. The native were not part of this army. Rather, the native people were the enemies. So they trained these people, they fortified themselves, and then they saw the native as the enemy. They now fortify themselves to fight white America, to fight the colonizer, to fight the ACS. No, they fortify themselves to fight the native. So the native were the enemies. Let's continue here. In that same year, the settlement was named Liberia and its capital Monrovia in honor of President James Maroon. At that time now, he became the president after Thomas Jefferson, right? He became the president who had pulled more US government money for the projects, because it was a project to create a colony. So they feel that that is their colony, that is their property. Liberia is their property. So it is not about the people that live on our land. It is not about improving your life. It is about maintaining their property. That's why each time you want to rise, there are few people in our country who think they are still slaves. They use those same people and they manipulate some of the native people who ain't know the story, who ain't know nothing. And they use the situation of the native to go against another native. That's why it's very difficult to fight neo-colonialism, because of the ignorance of our people. So this is Robert Stockton right here, the so-called Lieutenant Robert Stockton that is sent to put the people on a gunpoint. That's him here. All right. So there is something I want to show you here. Let me see here about also the division. Okay, now, last week or last 2 weeks, I told you the war that was fought in Liberia was between Great Britain, America, and France, right? Here is another evidence that I'm going to show you here, so you can see that it was never a civil war. Now listen to this. Listen to this. The U.S. government has provided the Liberian. No, right here. Let me see here. Okay, listen to this. Despite protests by the affected British company. Okay, so now in 1847, right, when Liberia gained independence in 1847, America never agreed. And I think previous video I told you the only reason why Great Britain agreed, because Great Britain at that time now could not go to America, could not ask America to do business with Liberia, because Great Britain felt that Liberia was independent. And that also go to France. It did not go well with America. So America still went against Great Britain. America still went against France. Like I told you, America have taken Great Britain and France to the UN before in Switzerland, Geneva, regarding this colony, on two different occasions. One was in 1926. That was the last one in 1926, when they came about producing the Firestone Company. But it was in 1922 they went to that UN summit. The United States took them there, and the United States won. And then before 1926, finally the Firestone was up. How they call it, plantation was established. That's another history for another time. All right. But now, so Great Britain have protests because their interest in Liberia was a problem. So despite protests by affected British company, London was the first to extend recognition to the new republic, signing a treaty of commerce and friendship with Moravia in 1848. You see it? So it was not because they wanted Liberia, they love Liberia, they wanted Liberia, oh, Liberia get independent, yeah, let the people be free. It was not because of that. So you see it, right? Now let's continue. So now you see the war that was fought in Liberia, the 14-15-year war, right? Now you see one person, you see the conflict. This conflict started way back. This conflict started way back. And that's why 2 central U.S. military occupation in Liberia, the rhetoric predicted it. He said there will be another conflict. And the conflict, this time around, it will be between Liberia and China it will be between the U.S. and China in Liberia. He stated it. And currently, that's what we see going on. So you see, when you do your research, you start blaming each other. Oh, we fought civil war. We did it. Where the ammunition come from? Came from. But let's continue here. Let's continue. Now, because of fear of the impact this might have on the issue of slavery in the United States. Listen to this again. The Liberian independent. Listen, Listen to this. Because of fear of the impacts this might have on the issue of slavery in the United States, Washington, D.C. did not recognize the nation it has played a role in creating. Now, let me ask you a question. Maybe most of you don't get that part. Why Washington, D.C. was in fear about people in America to react? Now, I thought they said they founded Liberia as a place to carry free slaves. Why would they be afraid? If it was a place that was founded to carry free slaves, and these people have gotten independent, it was the right time to just tell them, hey, no, Papa, you guys go. Y'all got independent now. But why were they afraid? Why were they afraid to accept the independence of Liberia? To announce the independence of Liberia? They were afraid to announce it because if they were announced at that time, because Liberia was a colony. So if they announce it, there will be influx of Liberian, especially the UNIA. There will be influx of Africans that will go. And because of their numbers, the American government will not be able to control all of them, to change their mind or their perspective. They will not, because the people that are left from here, there were few handful of people that got trained on what to do. So that's why they were afraid to tell black people here, hey, you can go to Liberia now, you are free, we free you. Because we are talking about 1848 here now, right? Because they gave independence 1847, so this is 1848 now, right? And when the slavery ended, 1865, and now just end there. After 1865, they went for another 100 years. Jim Crow, 1868, when Jim Crow law started, that lasted for another 100 years. Plus, it was a fantasy. Black une, white une, black restaurant. No, you can't go here. 100 years, Jim Crow law. So you are treating black people here like that. Then you lie and say you love all of black people, 200 or 300 people that you talk to Liberia. You say you love them, that they were free. And they go independent, so-called independent. Then you are afraid to tell black people here to go back to Africa. Why were you afraid? That's why it's good to learn your own history. But let's continue here. In the meantime, a mass exodus of African Americans to Liberia never materialized. Never materialized. It was never fruitful because these people that left, they were all indoctrinated, they were trained. So they did not go to be integrated. Okay, so let's see the other one here, right? So after Great Britain, all right? Now, let me read here so I can connect the dots so you can see. Let me read here so I can connect the dot. Let me read here so I can connect the dot. Now, however, French, Great Britain, okay, how do you call it? France and Great Britain trader continuously encroach upon Liberian territory. Like I said, America took UN to these two people to the UN before, all right? So, and these are some of the reasons war were in Liberia. These people fought among themselves. That's where people came from, the Monami. Okay, people came from Burkina Faso, the first group of people that landed in 1990, they came from Burkina Faso. And then the United States put her own support, ammunition through UN, 1990. The United Nations carried her ammunition in favor of UN, the US in Monrovia. In Lofa County, we used to see them passing. After UN, no war there. But we saw UN, we say UN will be dropping sardine, fish and steam, dropping it, we're taking it. That's part of the ignorance. So you see, right? However, France and Great Britain trader continuously encroached upon Liberia territory as it was not a sovereign state. You hear it? It was hard pressed. It was hard pressed to tender its economic interest. The U.S. government lent some diplomatic support, but Britain and France had territory in West Africa and were better poised to act. As a result, in 1847, Liberia declared independent from the American Colonization Society in order to establish a sovereign state and create its own law governing commerce. So you saw the reason why Liberia got independent quick. It was for the free slave. And first of all, before 1847, America had two white governors, and then the third governor, J.J. Rabel, who was still serving, who was appointed by Washington, D.C. Okay. So we take that out. So I know we've been here for long. It's almost 5 o'clock. So we got to go. So just a history, okay, of Liberia and America, the bad relation between Liberia and America. All right. And to educate you on some of the decision America is taking against the people is actually derived from colonial time. That's how they treated the native. And today they are still treating the descendant of the native. If we want to speak education here now. Because you saw the video where the other dumb horse Negro standing there telling America not to support Liberia because native men was in power. They were not in power. Telling America, even though we migrated from Liberia, even though we came here as immigrants, but history says that our forefathers came from here. And those people that came from here that went to Liberia, we are descendants of those people. That means we are American. So that means we got power. So we are standing here to tell you not to support Liberia. And that's what they did. So that is today's presentation. Just to give some historical perspective of America influence in Liberia. It's not about protecting or helping Liberia. It's not about human rights. In fact, they are violating human rights in Liberia. They have been violating human rights in Liberia. In fact, America is the number one violator of human rights in Liberia. They do not care about us. They use our situation to capitalize on it, to lie to our people, and to punish those that are in the interest of our people. Because of the ignorance of our people, they agree to America. And in it, they go against their own interest. That's how been America's role in Liberia. But we tell them we will now fall back. We will continue to fight. In the last era, as they've been doing it, we want to see America taking her navy and just come and start bumping. Because they are good at that. They are good at just bumping innocent people. They are good at spending war to kill people. They are good at spending taxes, taxpayer money to bomb people. They are good at that. So that will be the last option for them. But we are not going to sit to watch anybody to intimidate us. Peace. See you all, folks, on the next broadcast. Thank you for hanging in. Thank you for tuning in. Share the life. This is WCC, which is Colonialism, your host. Peace.